This is the NBC Radio Network.
Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant day to you, wherever you may be. This is Ben Scully, along with Bob Prince, welcoming you to Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland, and the 1966 World Series. Brought to you by
Chrysler Corporation, makers of Chrysler Plymouth. By the world's best-selling deodorant, Gillette Right Guard. Camel Filters, the filter cigarette that was born rich. And by Carling Black Label. Why not enjoy one right now?
Well, it's like an echo of the first game. The starting pitchers, Dave McNally and Don Drysdale, the 6 umpires meeting at home plate, and the exchange of lineup cards between Captain Maury Wills of the Dodgers and the manager, Hank Bauer of the Baltimore Orioles. For the Dodgers, 3 down and 1 to go, only the wrong way. And for Baltimore, the day they are hoping for is here. Dave McNally, loosening up to Charlie Lau off to the left, had a bad start, you remember, as he was very wild at Dodger Stadium, worked only 2 1/3 innings, walked 5 men, gave up 2 runs, and had to come out. However, McNally's performance, as it lackluster, was suddenly turned into a bright day for Baltimore with a tremendous performance by Mo Drabowsky, who, although he was not ready for the last 2 games, is now ready today, if needed, to pick up for McNally. For the Dodgers, a do-or-die effort by Don Drysdale. Drysdale, you remember, in his first inning of World Series competition against Baltimore, gave up a walk to Russ Snyder and back-to-back home runs by Frank Robinson and Brooks Robinson. Drysdale has had many an effort spoiled this year because of home runs, and the home run, the World Series, and the name Drysdale have gone together for this reason. Drysdale has allowed 7 home runs in World Series competition. The record is 8. And the first man to hit a home run against Don Drysdale in the World Series, Hank Bauer, the manager of the Baltimore Orioles. Drysdale, of course, well aware of the pressure that is on his shoulders, but he had to pitch some very big games at the end of the 1966 season and won all of them. And for the first time in a big one did he lose, and that was the game in the World Series. The weatherman has come up with a beautiful day. Another bright, sunshiny afternoon in Baltimore, and another capacity crowd. The crowds for the series, we had 55,941 for the first game, 55,947 for the second. Yesterday, the largest crowd ever to see a baseball game in Baltimore, 54,445, and a crowd somewhere around that to see this one today. If the series is prolonged, if the Dodgers can win today, why, they'll be after each other again tomorrow. If not, the 1966 baseball season will be brought to a close. The Dodgers had to win some pretty big ball games, and most of them were played at home. And Bob Prince, you were with the Pittsburgh Pirates when they came to Dodger Stadium in a must series, and the Dodgers won the first 3. And I can imagine that the Pirates felt that it was a rather tough club under pressure.
Yes, and they have often remarked, and manager Harry Walker, who was in town covering the series, Ben, is making the statement, I don't understand their play in the first 3 games against Baltimore. They never played that way against us. The Dodgers got more mileage out of blue hits, walks, infield singles, bunts, running bunts than anybody we ever saw. That is from the Pittsburgh Pirates side. So those of the National League who have contested with the Dodgers know full well that while they are down, they are far from out. And I would feel the thinking on the part of the Dodgers is now that Big D, as he's known, must come on to keep them in the series, and then expect that tomorrow Mr. Koufax will hum up another great one, which has been the story of this Dodger ball club. So a lot goes today on this one, no question about it.
For Don Drysdale, who would be in excellent shape, despite the fact he was under 500 during the regular season, Drysdale, a fastball pitcher, but not the fastball pitcher of yore. He does not intimidate hitters as he did 10 years ago, 8 years ago, even as late as 2 years ago. Don, prior to this World Series, averaged a strikeout an inning. That is not the Drysdale that we saw in the first game of the series, and it does not figure to be the Drysdale that we will see today. In one of Don's more important starts against the St. Louis Cardinals, Cardinals in St. Louis. In fact, it was his next to the last start of the regular season. He went 9 strong innings and struck out but 1. And that more or less has been the difference in Drysdale this year than in years gone by. He is not up there among the strikeout leaders. Oddly enough, the Baltimore Oriole pitching staff, which if not underrated was certainly overshadowed by the Baltimore power, has been piling up the strikeouts. If you care for any stats at all, the composite on the series, 21 Dodgers have been left on base. The Orioles have left 16. The Orioles have been able to hit with men on. The Dodgers have left them there. And of course, there have been a couple of big plays in the series. Bob, despite the fact it has been all Baltimore, just going back to McNally's first game, remember the second inning with runners at first and second and the pitch that hit Rosebaro's bat. That might very well have been one of the big plays of the series.
No question about that. And also, in addition to that, as I recall and look back on it, Lefevre had homered, and then Parker had doubled into the gap, and Gilliam drew a base on balls. Then right after, McNally hit Rosebaro's bat, which would have been without question a wild pitch on ball 3. Parker would have scored. Gilliam would have gone conceivably to second, maybe to third. Roseboro then hit a line drive into right center field, in which young Snyder made a fantastic play. And right there, perhaps, was the very turning point of this World Series, because there's no question but what the Dodgers would have been back in the ball game and with a very big vengeance. And yesterday, they have the misfortune to see the bouncing ball hit by Parker again, go over the right center fence, and holding to a book rule double instead of the triple, and the next fly ball sent out by Willie Davis would have given him the run. So it looks as though the breaks that the Dodgers have been looking for and got sometimes throughout the season and took advantage of it have not come their way thus far in this series.
We only bring up these so-called breaks, and you can put quotes around them to illustrate the fact that despite it is an overwhelming Baltimore series, they have won all 3 games. Yet there have been a couple of plays whereby, had they gone the other way, why the Dodgers might very well have won 1 or maybe even 2 of the 3. So they go into the 4th game with Baltimore's Dave McNally loosening up. Dave going 2 1/3 innings in his first venture, and Don Drysdale, who went only 2 innings his first time out and was charged, of course, with the back-to-back home runs and 4 runs. In the background, the Dodgers starting lineup being introduced to the crowd. Neither club has made any changes. That is to say, Hank Bauer goes with the ball club that he has used all year against right-handers, and in this instance, that means Russ Snyder in center field. And for the Dodgers, they're going with the same lineup that they have used all year against left-handers, with the exception of John Kennedy at third base. The roar in the background for the Baltimore Orioles as they are being introduced, as the Dodgers have already lined up in their road gray from first base towards home plate. And the manager and one of their great fellows in the game, Hank Bauer, trotting out to third base, and from there on the Birds will line up towards home plate. The Vice President of the United States, Hubert Humphreys, here with us today, and 54,000 rabid folks sitting in the sunshine in Baltimore, waiting the start of the 4th game of the World Series. The Dodgers go into this game with a scoreless streak. Remember, they have not scored against Baltimore pitching in the last 24 innings. That would be the 3rd inning of the first game, when Gilliam walked with the bases loaded. Now, the World Series record for consecutive scoreless innings is 28 by the New York Giants staff against the Philadelphia A's, and you have to go back 60 years for that record, 1905. The Giant pitchers ended the series by pitching 3 shutouts in a row. That was a series record, and they won 4 out of 5 from the A's. The great pitchers for the Giants back in 05 were Christy Mathewson, Joe McGinnity, and Christy Mathewson again. A couple of other notes as far as the Dodgers' inability to pile up any runs or any offensive against Baltimore pitching. The record for the fewest runs by any one team in a World Series is 3 by the Athletics against the Giants in that 05 World Series. the record for the fewest runs by one club in a 4-game series, 4 by the Yankees against the Dodgers in 1963, which brings up the point that the last time one club was able to sweep a World Series from another would be the Los Angeles Dodgers of 1963, when they swept 4 straight from the New York Yankees. There have been 9 sweeps in the series, and 2 others which went 5 games and were decided by 4-0 plus a tie. This World Series is seconds away, and to bring you the play-by-play, the voice of the Pittsburgh Pirates, here's Bob Prince.
Thank you very much, Vin Scully, and hello again, everybody. Beautiful sunshiny day, as you know by now, and the Dodger lineup is as follows. At shortstop, leading it off, Maury Wills. Batting in the number 2 position, playing center field, Willie Davis. In right field, batting third, Lou Johnson. The left fielder is Tommy Davis, batting in the cleanup spot. Jim Lefevre will play at second base and bat fifth. In the number 6 spot, first baseman Wes Parker. Batting 7th, catching is Johnny Roseboro. And batting 8th, John Kennedy playing at third with Big Don Drysdale. 0-1 in the series underway. The Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Hubert Humphrey, just tossed out the first ball, and the Orioles take the field. Set them up for you defensively in a moment. Batting order-wise, Aparicio at short, Snyder in center field, Frank Robinson in right, Brooks Robinson at third, Boog Powell at first base, Kurt Blefary in left, Dave Johnson will be the second baseman, Andy Etchebarren catching, and on the mound, young McNally, who, as you know, has been told you earlier, appeared in Game 1, pitched 2 1/3 innings, allowing 2 runs on 2 hits, struck out 1 and walked 5. He's a left-hander. Rather significantly, when McNally was pitching and walking all of the Dodger batters in the inning in which he was having all kinds of trouble, the third, in Game 1, on the Dodger message board, they welcomed the visit to Dodger Stadium of the astronauts and made the remark that one of the astronauts was the first man to walk in outer space, and the press box wag came up with the usual remark, McNally must have been pitching to him. This is the 28th year Gillette has sponsored the World Series broadcasts, and the 20th year Gillette has sponsored the World Series on television. There are always humorous quotes and bits that attend the World Series, and one of them, of course, occurred in Dodger Stadium again when somebody asked Frank Robinson how he hit Sandy Koufax, and Frank very quickly replied, right-handed. So those are the things that come about in this great fall classic, and we're set to go now, and McNally with Etchebarren his battery mate. Robinson is at third, Aparicio at short, Johnson at second, Powell at first, Blefary in left field, Snyder in center, Frank Robinson in right. Preston Gomez coaching for the Dodgers at third, Danny Ozark at first. Plate umpire is John Rice of the American League. McNally goes to switch batting Wills, who's 1 for 10 in the series. Third baseman Brooks Robinson up tight. The outfield is not deep. First pitch is swung on and popped into shallow short. Johnson and Aparicio giving a chase. Coming up for it also Snyder, and it'll be Johnson. Dave Johnson, the second baseman, and that time converging on the ball, Aparicio, Johnson, Robinson, and Snyder. That shows you how shallow the Oriole outfielders were playing to begin with, when they could all get there and any one of them could have caught it. Center fielder Willie Davis in, a left-hand batter, 1 for 12 in the series. The outfielder swung around to the right on him. It's 3:09 down both lines, 4:10 straight away. .380 to left center, right center. McNally's ball is bunted foul behind the plate, strike one. Rounding out this excellent crew of umpires with John Rice behind the plate is Mel Steiner of the National League at first, Cal Drummond of the American League at second, and Bill Jakowski of the National League at third. Nestor Shalak down the left field line of the American League, and Chris Pellicudis in right from the National League. 0-1 to Willie Davis. Fastball hit foul to the left side, out of play. Strike two. The on-deck batter, right fielder Lou Johnson, whom has been, as told you on occasion, will swing right or left depending on the insertion of Tommy Davis in the lineup. Tommy always plays left field, and Lou then moves from left to right. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out and 1 on, and Willie Davis steps out. Time called immediately. The Dodgers approach this one knowing full well that, like a dying man needs his breath, there is nothing after tomorrow unless they win today. No balls, 2 strikes. Looped foul to the left, and it's out of play. Etchebarren giving it a long, hard chase. Now that ball came back into the seats about 40 rows. It's always been a source of amazement to many who observe the game of baseball how an outfielder can turn at the crack of a bat and run a ball down, and then fruitlessly chase it back on one that they know is never going to be catchable, except by a fan. Davis, a bouncer to Boog Powell, unassisted put out, 2 away. As Ben told you now on the pregame get-together, 24 scoreless innings. And should Baltimore put 4 more against the Dodgers here today, they'll tie a record. But we'll worry about that if and when it approaches. Here is the right fielder Lou Johnson, 3 for 11 in the series. They play him as a pull hitter. McNally, the left-hander, comes in with a breaking ball to the belt for a called strike, and Lou didn't like it. Tommy Davis, the on-deck batter. There is no win factor here today. 2 down in the top of the first, no score. The pitch, a let-up delivery, hit foul over by the Oriole dugout along third. 0-2, so McNally's out in front. McNally in the first game walked Maury Wills, and he promptly stole second base, but then he got out of the inning. But then Lefevre, right-hand batting at that time, homered. And McNally had his worst troubles right there. Here's the 0-2 pitch. High pop foul. This one's off to the right, may be playable. Etchebarren comes over near the base of the railing, leans in and gets it. So it turns out 3 up and 3 down. And we go now to the bottom half of the first inning, and it is Los Angeles nothing, Baltimore nothing.
Plymouth is out to win you over this year. Plymouth is out to win you over this year. Follow your heart, see your Plymouth dealer today.
This is Edie Gourmet for your Plymouth dealer. He's out to win you over for 67 with the most tempting furies ever. A new supercar, the Belvedere GTX. Beautiful all-new Valiants. Your Plymouth dealers, all heart.
Plymouth is out to win you over this year. Follow your heart to your Plymouth dealer today.
See the elegant Furies, all new Valiants, and sports-bred Belvederes now at your Plymouth dealers. He's got what it takes to win you over. Dodgers now go to the defense. John Kennedy at third, Maury Wills at short, Jim Lefevre at second, Wes Parker at first, Tommy Davis, Willie Davis, Johnson in the outfield, Drysdale and Roseboro the battery. Billy Hunter coaching third, and Gene Woodling at first, and the leadoff batter Luis Aparicio, the shortstop, 3 for 13 in the series, has 2 runs batted in the series. Big Don comes in with a fastball, picks up the outside corner, strike called. They're straight away in the outfield to Aparicio. In fact, Johnson and Davis pinch in a little bit on Willie Davis, giving him some of the lines. No score as Baltimore now bats in the bottom of their first. Aparicio, Snyder, and Robinson. The 0-1 from Big Don Drysdale's a let-up punch foul. And if you heard me stop talking, it's because I can steal them better than I can stop them with my mouth. That one, like they got the old gunner. Strike two. Foul came right back. Yes, sir. I wasn't going to try to catch it. No balls, 2 strikes. That's the closest we've had one here in a series. So, 0-2 to Aparicio. Fouled him straight back on a fastball. Don Drysdale, you will remember, pitched 2 innings for 4 runs and 4 hits in the first game, October the 5th. Nothing in 2 the count. Drysdale comes back with a fastball that's popped up, and Johnny Roseboro flips off the mask in foul territory to the right of home plate, accepts the chance, and there's one away. That'll bring up Russ Snyder, the center fielder, who plays there when a right-hander's going. He's 1 for 3 in the series and has 1 run batted in. You recall now, failure of Pittsburgh to defeat the Giants in the final game of 1966 necessitated then the pitching of Koufax in the second game, which then brought about a man by the name of Drysdale in the first game who was not rested. A curveball down inside ball 1. But that's all in the realm of what might have been. Prognosticate as you will. Left-hand batting Snyder, the outfield swings just a little right on him, not too much. A gap in left center field, and Kennedy's up tight at third. Fastball, and he bunts it. Might have been hit by his own pitch. He batted the ball on a bunting play out in front of the plate and ran into it on a fair batted ball. The catcher will get the push out. So Roseboro gets the put out. Hit by his own fair batted ball, or running into it, either way, and the out is made, and Roseboro gets the put out unassisted. 2 down, and the right fielder Frank Robinson in. 1 homered and 2 runs batted in. And it was he who homered against Drysdale in the first inning. So with 2 away and no score, we're in the bottom of the first here in Baltimore. Drysdale's delivery hit high to the air into shallow left. Tommy Davis drifting over. Coming over by the warning track, 300 some odd feet away to make the catch. It sounded as though Frank Robinson hit that ball out on the end of the bat. 3 up and 3 down at the end of 1. Los Angeles nothing, Baltimore nothing.
Then Scully, along with Bob Prince from Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. No runs, no hits, and no errors at the end of 1 inning for each side. Both starting pitchers doing a lot better than last time out. McNally walked Wills, and he stole second 4 games ago. And, of course, Drysdale gave up 2 home runs in the first inning, the first shot against Baltimore. No score, into the second inning, and back to Bob.
Tommy Davis will lead it off. He's the left fielder batting in the cleanup position. McNally, the left-hander, ready to go. First pitch comes in, fastball, makes him button hook to get out of the way as it was inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Tommy Davis played as a slight pull hitter. Aparicio back near the edge of the outfield grass. Robinson wide of third and rather deep. McNally's next pitch is lined for right center field, running for it fast, Frank Robinson, and he'll make the catch. At the risk of sounding as though it's strictly a partisan National League setup, the Dodgers have not been able to find a hole at the right time on line drives.
No, and Frank Robinson got a fine jump on the ball. He was running full tilt just about as soon as it left the bat. A great outfielding play, and he made it look easy.
Jim Lefebvre, the second baseman, he's 1 for 10 in the series, a switch batter. Off-speed delivery, down below the knees, ball 1. Beautiful sunshiny day in historic Baltimore. 1 ball, no strike. Let up is pulled foul. because of the let-up, he got way around on it. 1 ball, 1 strike. They have some very peculiar book rules and ground rules here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, and we shan't get into them and hope that we shan't have to explain any one of them. They have all sorts of things that could happen in this stadium. And, of course, they're well covered by rules. 1-1. Up under the chin, a little music there. 2 balls and a strike. Little chin music. 2 balls and a strike. No score. 1 out and none on. Here's the pitch. There's a let-up, and he's way outside with it. Ball 3. 3-1. Lefevre now will look down to third. Coach Preston Gomez. The Dodgers, without question, will pull anything in the book in this one. They have to. 3-1 delivery is up high. He walked him. That is the first walk given up by McNally, his 6th in the series, and brings up now Wes Parker. Switch batting first baseman, batting in the number 6 spot, has 3 for 10. It was his double yesterday on the book rule that bounced into the right center seats. That denied him a triple and a Dodger run, as it turns out, for Willie Davis. Then the ensuing batter hit a ball sufficiently deep that Parker would have scored. So they're going to play a little bit around to the left on Parker. McNally checks Lefevre. The pitch is a let-up curveball in there for a strike. Tommy Davis lined a rope into right field, hauled in by Robinson to lead off this, the Dodgers' second, and now Lefevre has walked. There is no score as yet. And Wes Parker, no balls, 1 strike, the batter. Again, McNally checks Lefevre, and the pitch. There's a high chopper hit slowly toward shortstop. Aparicio gets it on for 1. They'll not get Parker. The high bouncing ball, slowly hit, denied the fine inner defenses of Baltimore the chance to make the double play. So the out will go short to second on Lefevre. And no play at all on Parker. That'll bring up catcher John Roseboro, who's 1 for 11 in the series. 2 down now, and the Dodgers' second inning, no score. And the runner, Parker. They play him about straight away. Long high fly ball into right field. Robinson appears to be getting under without any trouble. Gauging up against the sky, makes the catch, but retires the side. So for the Dodgers in the second, no runs, no hits, no Baltimore errors, and they strand 1, and we go to the bottom of the second. Los Angeles nothing, Baltimore nothing. All right, we go now to the bottom of the Baltimore second inning. This game is scoreless. Neither side has had a hit. And standing in will be third baseman Brooks Robinson, who is 2 for 11. Plate umpire John Rice is asking that something be, a chair be removed to the lower left side of the Dodger dugout, because it would be actually in the field of play. Drysdale working now to right-hand batting Robinson. Now swing and a miss. He started him off with a changeup. 0-1. Robinson, you'll recall, backed up Frank Robinson's homer against Drysdale in Game 1, which tied a series record. Here's the 0-1. There's a ball hit up the middle, and Brooks Robinson is on with a base hit. Brooks Robinson took a fastball knee high and went right through the middle with it. Boog Powell is stepping in. He's 4 for 11 in the series, a left-hand batter. And if you heard what might sound as though he were being booed, that is not true. They're just going Boog and drawing it out, much as they used to do with Ted Kluszewski in Cincinnati or with Moose Skowron when with the Yankees. Ball tailed away that time outside, ball 1. So the first hit of Game 4 goes to Baltimore's Brooks Robinson. Boog Powell, 1 ball, no strikes. The outfield deep and around to the right. Short lead at first by Brooks. The pitch in there beautifully on the outside corners. That ball moved away from the big fella, 1-1. They used to platoon Brooks a lot in the outfield and first base, but they settled him down to first base as it better suited their plans, and he has been a very fine first baseman for Baltimore. 1 ball, 1 strike. Foul back. Good fastball, and Boog just got a piece of it. 1-2. Drysdale went through the first inning, getting the Orioles out in 1-2-3 fashion and in quick order. Then Brooks Robinson swung and missed a change curve, but laced a fastball up the middle for a single. So he's the runner at first, nobody down, and the batter Boog Powell, a ball and 2-strike count. Drysdale checks at first base, brings it in there, and it's line foul down the left field line, deep into the lower deck. 1-2. When I see Boog Powell up there, I really have a vision of a former huge first baseman by the name of John Mize. One ball, 2 strikes. Drysdale comes in with a fastball that's up high, 2-2. Big Don, of course, would like to get Powell to hit the ball on the ground, and preferably right near somebody so they can get the double play. Ball 2, strike 2. Powell isn't going to set any world speed records in running, but an awful lot of times he just trots. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Drysdale checking for the sign from Roseboro. Characteristic pose, the way he looks in. Don on the 2-2 brings a curveball in. He stuck him out swinging. Changed him a little bit off that breaking ball. And Big Don picks up his first strikeout. Now, left fielder Kurt Bleffery, a left-hand batter, will stand in. There is no score. 1 down in the Baltimore second inning. The runner at first, Brooks Robinson. Bleffery, a left-hand batter, 1 for 11 in the series. The outfield over shifting on him. To the right, they gap him in left center, and Tommy Davis gives him about 80 feet of the left field line. Reminding you now, 309 down both lines, 410 straight away with an inner wall involved. Drysdale now to the set position. Check at first and goes over there, and a quick tag by Parker, but no damage as Brooks Robinson dives back in headlong. Stepping out for a moment. They'll always question whether he's out of the batter's box or not. He stands very deep in it. Here's the pitch, and this one is a curveball inside, low, ball 1. Many the umpires will take and erase the chalk lines the moment they come out. It's of lime, and they don't want throwing balls into the dirt, kicking that lime up into their face. It doesn't take them long to eradicate the lines. 1 ball and no strikes. Brooks Robinson opening with a single, remaining there on a strikeout to Boog Powell. Again, Drysdale from the belt. Comes in with a fastball, and it's pumped foul to the upper deck off third. First inning went very quickly, 3 up, 3 down, no score there. The Dodgers had just a mile threat going when Lefebvre walked, but he was out on a force play, so actually nothing happened there in the Dodgers second, and they're still looking for their first hit and run. Robinson at first on the single, 1 out, no score in the Baltimore second. 1 ball, 1 strike, and a throw to first, and Brooks is back. Drysdale has a very quick move over to first base. 1-1. Pitch to Bleffery, a swing, and he beats it foul behind the plate. 1-2. Vin said earlier, the weatherman has certainly blessed us with an ideal, beautiful day here in the city of Baltimore, where another jam-packed audience on hand, including the Vice President of the United States, who threw out the first ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vice President, be it known, however, basically is a Minnesota Twin fan. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch sailed it up high, 2-2. Johnny Roseboro is probably the most quiet of all the catchers, but is one of the most durable of all the catchers, and I have yet to talk to any baseball player that's ever slid into him who didn't say somebody always got hurt, but it was never Roseboro. 2 balls, 2 strikes. High foul coming back out of play, 2-2. There was a time when I thought Roseboro might tragically have been injured when one of his present teammates, Dick Stewart, was batting and hammered a foul ball that came right off the bat and went right in between the face bars of Johnny's mask and struck him between the eyes. Luckily, it did not injure him, and he was able to remain in the game, but it came awfully close to being very injurious. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Drysdale checking. Sends it just low, ball 3. Now we'll watch Brooks Robinson for you. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Robinson, the runner at first. 1 out, no score in the Baltimore second inning. So Don Drysdale has his first 3-2 count in the game. Wills has hollered in behind his glove something to Lefevre, setting themselves up for how they'll cover if they have to. Drysdale checks it first. They're running. And it's inside, ball 4. So Robinson goes to second unmolested. And Blefary draws a walk. And that is the first free ticket issued to Baltimore. And the batter now is Davy Johnson, the youngster who has been a surprising hitting sensation in the series thus far. 4 for 11. A right-hand batter. So Brooks Robinson at second and Kurt Blefary at first. Blefary doesn't carry the high season average, but if you get him out, you get him out when he's hitting your strike. There's a chopper hit down toward Lefevre. Turns, gets it on to Wills for 1. On to first base, a double play. A brilliant execution by Maury Wills as Blefary really put a roadblock on him to get him out of there, but he got the throw away anyhow. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. At the end of 2 full innings of play, Los Angeles nothing and Baltimore nothing.
Scoreless at the end of 2 with 1 base hit going for Brooks Robinson. So as we go to the third for more play, let's get right back to Bob.
All right, Vin, and standing in now, that was a sparkling double play because it was a chopper hit by young Johnson, who can motor a little bit getting down the line. But he turned and made a nice throw to Maury Wills, and then Mr. Blefary came running right in, and he wasn't going to do much in the way of a slide. Kennedy takes a low delivery from McNally. Many times, you better, if you don't want to be dehorned with Wills throwing, you had better be able to tunnel somewhere or burrow under a sack, because he came across that bag and he let it go for that great double play. 1 ball to no strikes to Kennedy, playing at third, leading it off for the Dodgers. Long, high fly to left, and it's got plenty of distance, but it's going to hook foul into the upper deck. But from our vantage point here, there was no question but what it would be a foul ball. Bunted right through that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the 1-2 to Kennedy. Curveball looped out off the right side and dropping back for it, Johnson. Second baseman Johnson getting that little looper. Dodgers have now gone through 26 scoreless innings. And are fast approaching a record they would like to reverse immediately and run away from. Have not scored in the last 26 innings since the third inning of the first game. The series record for consecutive scoreless innings is 28 by the New York Giants staff against the Philadelphia A's in 1905. Don Drysdale takes ball one. Don's a very fine hitting pitcher. Used many times by manager Walt Alston as a pinch batter. McNally works to him. Hits it foul right up over our head, 1-1. There is no quit in Drysdale. The word I don't think he'd understand it if you put it in front of him. One ball, one strike. One out and none on in the third, no score. McNally's curveball hit off the left side. Aparicio waits for it, digs it out of his tummy, throws across, and there are two away. Two down, and now Maury Wills, who popped to second base in the first inning, will stand in. Dodger third inning, scoreless ball game. Dodgers looking for their first hit. The Orioles already have one. Brooks Robinson, a single up the middle. They come in very shallow in the outfield and pinch Robinson and Blefary in on Snyder. They'll give him all of both lines. There was a strike. It was called. As an example, if you're just tuning in the first inning, when he popped up into shallow center, really just in behind second, Aparicio, Johnson, Snyder, and Robinson all could have caught the ball, showing you how shallow they play Maury. No balls, one strike, and there's the chopper down toward third. It's backhanded by Brooks Robinson, going foul. 0-2. Baltimore does not deploy, at least in this park, the shift in the outfield on Wills they did in games 1 and 2, which is referred to a lot as the Richie Ashburn shift, where they move the left fielder right on the line. But of course he's up there now right-handed. If he gets a chance left-handed, they might swing all the way around. A ball outside, 1 and 2. So as a left-hand batter, they figure him to go almost always to left and never to pull. And as a right-hand batter, they defense him in such a way that they're straight away in all departments. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 pitch, popped high to the air, and looks like Echeverria has a play. It's right in behind home plate, spins around, the mask is off, he's there. 27 scoreless innings. 3 up and 3 down. And we go now to the bottom of the third. Los Angeles, nothing. Baltimore, nothing.
This is Joe Garagiola. You know, my work gets me around the country a lot, and wherever I travel, someone always says to me, Joe, I hear you on the radio talking about customer care at Chrysler Plymouth dealers. What does customer care really mean? Well, I always tell them that customer care means just what it says. Chrysler Plymouth dealers care about their customers as well as their cars. There are a lot of dealers who know cars, but very few of them know people and cars. And this is where Chrysler Plymouth dealers are different. They know how important a friendly greeting can be, how most people don't like to wait forever and a day for service, and that most people like to be treated like people. They treat you as a friend, not as a stranger. And they see to it that your car is serviced as quickly as possible, with certified service no less. And when you walk out, they don't forget important things like thank you. And that's what we mean by customer care. It's a philosophy of doing business that makes all the sense in the world. And exclusive at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. I wonder why everybody doesn't do business this way.
Bottom of the third, no score in the ball game. Baltimore with 1 hit. Andy Echeverria, the 8th man in the lineup, coming up, so let's hop right back to Bob.
Echeverria 1 for 9 in the series. And a right-hand batter. Better than average speed for a catcher, normally, because of the fact they always have he's not very old. He'll get there if he stays long enough. A bunt down first base, and it's going to go foul. Don Drysdale was over quickly to cover as Roseboro came out, but the ball beginning to roll foul, he let it go. Strike one. It's only a matter of time before a catcher will turn from a pacer to a dray horse. And that's only natural. Drysdale trying to come back. In the game, the Dodgers must win. And they feel that if he can get by Baltimore today, that Mr. Koufax will return the series to Los Angeles. Here's the 0-1. Etchebarren checked off it. A ball, 1-1. Etchebarren leading it off in the Baltimore third. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. He looked like he took a little off it. 1-2. One ball, two strikes. Straight away in the outfield, Andy. Takes that curveball. He tried to save it, but I think it was in the strike zone according to the plate umpire, John Rice. So Don Drysdale has his second strikeout. That'll bring up Dave McNally. Don had only one strikeout. Of course, only worked 2 innings in the first game. McNally gets a nice hand. Shallowing up in the outfield to him. He bats unlike he throws. He's up there right-handed. Drysdale comes in and he's low and outside. A ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Tommy Davis in left, Willie Davis in center, Lou Johnson in right. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Into the dirt low, ball 2. It's the bottom of the third. There's 1 away. There is no score. Orioles in with 1 hit. Dodgers still looking for theirs. So 2 balls, no strikes. Drysdale working now to young McNally. Sends it on the inside corner for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Should Drysdale and the Dodgers be victorious today? 2 balls, a strike. 1 hopper, 2 hopper back to Don on the mound. He throws on to Parker, 2-1. And then Koufax on Monday able to do it. That would, of course, be tomorrow. Tuesday would be the travel day, and the 6th and 7th games, if necessary, 7th, would be at Dodger Stadium. Tomorrow's airtime will be at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Airtime actually at 12:45. The game itself at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings. Pitch is outside. A ball. 1-0. Drysdale to the windup, and the pitch right through the middle. He took it for a strike, 1-1. California fans, of course, listening or viewing the games, or naturally see these in the morning. But then when the Eastern broadcasters come out, 1 ball, 1 strike. There's a long fly ball down the right field line. Lou Johnson hustling over on the warning track right into the corner, and he makes a fair ball catch and then bounces into the protective padding, and that retires the side on Aparicio. So it's 3 up and 3 down. And at the end of 3 full innings of play, Los Angeles nothing, Baltimore nothing. Willie Davis leads off the Dodger 4th. This ball game is scoreless. McNally, the left-hander, to the left-hand Davis, and he takes it low, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Outfield around to the right a little bit on Davis. Third baseman Brooks Robinson up. McNally's delivery slides in and over for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Lou Johnson, the on-deck batter. 1 ball, 1 strike to Davis. Now the 1-1 delivery, a swing and a miss, 1-2. Crossfired a little bit that time. Saying a little while ago about the Dodger fans and all listening to the ball games, they'll hear them in the mornings. When the Eastern broadcasters come out and play the Dodgers at night, then the Eastern fans get a delightful treat. They hear their game starting at 11 at night and go to bed in the morning. Davis strikes out swinging. So McNally gets his first strikeout. And the batter now will be Lou Johnson, who fouled out to catcher Andy Etchebarren. Dodgers are 1 inning away, if they don't score here, from tying a record of the most innings without scoring in a World Series. 28. A record they'd dearly love to forget all about. McNally works. Strike swinging on an off-speed pitch. He took a little off his breaking ball that time. Got Lou well out in front of it. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, none on. In the 4th, no score. Hard rap into left field. And coming up forward is Kurt Blefary. Johnson rounds first in a sudden hurry. Scrambles to get back in there. Dives in headlong and just does make it. He must have gone up about 15 feet. If Blefary had bobbled that ball, he'd have been on his way to second. But instead, as he started to come back in, it looks as though he lost his footing momentarily, had to dive back in, and now is taking all the infield of Baltimore right off his clothing. And that relay throw was bang, bang, and he got back in safely. So the Dodgers get their first hit in Game 4. Now, McNally started him off with a changed curveball and got him to swing. Came back with his hummer, and Lou changed speeds on it and sent it into left field like a rocket. Here's Tommy Davis, who lined into right field in the 2nd inning for an out. The outfield straight away. McNally checks on Lou Johnson. The pitch. Swing and a foul coming straight back. Strike 1. A bit of a gap between Snyder, the center fielder, playing straight out, and Blefary, who is shading over toward the left field line. No balls, 1 strike. Johnson well over toward second, with Boog Powell holding on the runner, Lou Johnson. There's a ball bounced slowly toward third and then going foul. Johnson's all the way around to third practically. He's a man in a hurry. Said it took him long enough to get here. He can't see any reason why he shouldn't keep moving them out. No balls and 2 strikes now as he cuts diagonally across the diamond. There is no score. We're in the top half of the 4th inning. Willie Davis opened the frame with a strikeout, and then Lou Johnson singled sharply to left for the Dodgers' first hit. You might have heard a round of applause a moment ago. The young National League bat boy is a youngster who earlier in his life was very severely burned. His hands were burned off him, and he has hooks. But he is wonderful. He had his picture taken with the vice president, and he can do all sorts of things. Play golf, though he has not allowed the handicap of losing his hands to deter him in any way. And, of course, he's a great favorite with Baltimore fans. No balls, 2 strikes here to Tommy Davis. Lou Johnson off first, just by about 2 strides. Chopper hit toward short. Aparicio gets a bad hop, but gets it on to Johnson for 1 to first base. Double play. Aparicio to Johnson to Powell, and a double play. And Tommy Davis is arguing to no avail. No runs, a hit, no errors, and nobody left. At the end of 3 1/2 innings, Los Angeles nothing, Baltimore nothing. They are announcing here in the press box now in the radio TV area that the Baltimore pitching staff has just tied now. There's a high pop hit up by Russ Snyder. Lefevre on the second base side shades his eyes, and it's one away. Don Drysdale working here. Russ Snyder now is 0 for 2, and here is Frank Robinson, who hit what appeared to be a slider off the end of his bat, lifted it out into left field, didn't get all of it he wanted, and Tommy Davis hauled it in on the warning track. The outfield around to the left to Frank Robinson, the right-hand batter. Long drive to left field, way back. Just hit goodbye. Home run. And he's got him in there 2 away. So Frank Robinson gives Baltimore a lead of 1-0 on his second series homer, which is the 8th surrendered by Don Drysdale. 5 other pitchers have done that. Burley Grimes, Charlie Root, Allie Reynolds, Don Newcomb, and Whitey Ford, and now Don Drysdale. Here's Boog Powell, who struck out in the second inning. Moved it inside the ball. The ball that Frank Robinson hit appeared to be a waist-high fastball right out over the heart of the plate, and he got all of the wood he wanted on that one and then some. He really tore it apart, way down the left field line. Ball 2. If it had a tendency to go foul, it never had a chance. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 down, 1-0 Baltimore in the bottom of the 4th. There's Powell, a long fly, deep center, way back. And Davis leaps, and a sensational catch by Willie Davis. What a catch by Willie Davis. He took a home run away. Well, the inning showed 1 run on a homer by Robinson, 1 hit, a spectacular catch, and nobody left. And at the end of 4, Baltimore 1, Los Angeles 0. Jim Lefevre stands in, and McNally's in with a strike. Lefevre walked in the second inning and was forced. 1-0 now into the top of the 5th, Baltimore leading. There's a drive out into center field for a solid base hit off a hanging curveball. So the Dodgers have their second hit. Ben Scully, they're still buzzing about that sensational catch by Willie Davis.
I think one nice thing about it is it's the same man. It's the same man who was called a little league outfielder by some folks for dropping 2 fly balls. And from one human being to another, I'm sure glad he got off the hook.
I am too. As we said before, nobody likes to wear horns except 4-footed animals, and I'm not sure they like them either. Here now is Wes Parker. Ball outside, 1-0. Not as familiar with the Dodger ball club as Ben would be. Of course, they're getting into a part of their lineup where they might not be able to run and hit or hit and run quite as much. But we'll watch Lefevre nonetheless, because the Dodgers have to pull all stops to get back into this World Series. Trailing 0-1 here in the top of the 5th. McNally, 1 ball, no strikes. Sends his curve low, ball 2. It appeared he hung his curve ball to Lefevre, and he really ripped it up the middle. And Phil Regan is now up, so that this proves that Walter Alston is ready to do anything at this point or any point. 2 balls and no strikes. They'll have to get down into the lineup a little bit before they would bat for Drysdale. 2 balls and no strikes. The look at first to Lefevre by McNally, and the pitch. And this one slides in there at the knees for a call strike, 1-1. Of course, manager Alston is saying that he wants to be ready in the event he has to hit for Don Drysdale. But by the time you get to Don, it's conceivable the Dodgers could be tied or ahead. And that again would change the thinking of manager Alston. But the big thing in this game is be ready. 2 balls, a strike. Bounce toward third. Brooks Robinson off to the left, a fine play. On to Johnson for 1. Double play. What a double play. Well, I can certainly see now why they say that Brooks Robinson is one of the greatest third basemen in baseball. He just went out to the left like a cat, stumbled as he came up with the ball, made a perfect throw to Johnson chest high so they could hit that bag, dance away, and come over to first for the double play, and he got it. Roseboro takes a call strike. That is the second double play now for Baltimore, whose team led in defense statistics this year in the American League. 1-0 Baltimore, 2 down in the top half of the 5th. Strike 2 is called to Roseboro. A soft curveball in and over. 0-2. If McNally gets out of this inning, the Baltimore pitching staff will establish a new record of scoreless innings in World Series play, 29. He is 1 out away from that. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside, a ball and 2 strikes. A tremendous home run by Frank Robinson, his second in the series. Deep down the left field line. And then a great catch. Strike 3 is called, and a new record is in the books. No runs, a hit, no errors, and nobody left. At the end of 4 1/2 innings, Baltimore 1, the Dodgers nothing. Baltimore leading here, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. The Dodgers, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, as we now move into the halfway part of this very thrilling World Series game. Game 4, the game the Dodgers must win. No one knows it better than the man who will bring you all the fielding action, the veteran voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Vin Scully.
Thank you, Bob, and hi, everybody. Kurt Blefary to lead it off as Drysdale now goes to work in the bottom of the 5th inning, and the breaking ball in on the hands, ball 1. Blefary walked in the second inning. The Orioles a run on 2 hits, the home run by Frank Robinson. The Dodgers no runs, 2 hits. Blefary, left-hand hitting left fielder, waiting. Drysdale back with a change over for a strike. Kurt likes the fastball, and the Dodgers throughout the series have thrown him breaking stuff and changes. Drysdale has done both in the count, 1-1. Don comes back to the plate, fastball, swung on and missed, strike 2. The infield swung around towards first and the outfield to right. And for Drysdale, this could be his last inning of work. He is due to bat second when the Dodgers hit in the 6th inning. 1-0 Baltimore in the bottom of the 5th. Drysdale reading Roseboro. John setting a target. Drysdale has walked 1 through 4 innings. Fastball is down and away. Ball 2. 2-2. Drysdale has struck out 2. Dave McNally has struck out 2, walked 1, allowed 2 singles. And, of course, the defensive play by Willie Davis, goaltending to take a home run away from Johnny Powell. 2-2 pitch on the way. Curveball and a high fly ball to right field. It's down the line. Lefevre out and Johnson in. And Lou on the line makes the catch in fair ground. So Kurt Blefary, a fly ball to Lou Johnson in the right field corner, 1 away. And the batter will be Dave Johnson. Dave Johnson, 4 for 12 in the series, hit into a double play in the 2nd inning. Right-hand hitting second baseman who has been involved in some double plays for the Birds. Baltimore with 2 double plays today, 3 in the last 2 days. Johnson takes a strike, and Baltimore's turned in 4 double plays in the series. 0-1, the count to Dave Johnson, 1 out in the 5th, 1-0 Baltimore. Drysdale back to the plate. Fastball, pull foul outside of third to Billy Hunter. 0-2. Billy, who was once sold to the St. Louis Browns by the Dodgers for a reported $75,000. He still has pretty good hands. 0-2. Andy Etchebarren on deck. At no time in the series have the Dodgers been out in front. They have been behind since the national anthem almost of the first game. The strike shoot pitch is a curveball hit in the air to left center. Tommy Davis coming in a hurry. He's there to make the catch. Well, maybe not quite. And the batter will be Andy Etchebarren.
410 feet was caught by a man 10 rows from the rear of the stand.
Andy Etchebarren, right-handed hitting catcher, struck out in the third inning. He's 0 for 1. If you are interested in ballistics on Frank Robinson's home run, a fan 10 rows from the top caught it. The pitch to Etchebarren, breaking ball down and away, ball 1-0. When the Dodgers hit in the sixth, they are due to send up John Kennedy, Don Drysdale, and Maury Wills. Drysdale back to work, and the right-hander's 1-0 pitch, fastball on the outside corner for a strike. He is a much better pitcher than he was in the first game of the series, but he has still been bitten by the home run ball, and McNally has been superb through 5 innings. 1-1 pitch, fastball fouled away off to the right. He didn't get around on it. 1-2.
The height of the wire fence is 7 feet.
1-2 the count to Andy Etchebarren from nearby Los Angeles in La Fuente. Right-hand hitting catcher. Drysdale reading Roseboro. Now Don's 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball, a half swing, strike 3 called. So Baltimore out in order in the fifth. And the score at the end of 5 innings of play. Baltimore 1 and the Dodgers nothing.
A great new filter cigarette is born. Born with the name Camel. New Camel filters.
New Camel filters, the one born rich.
New Camel filters. This is the one born rich. Rich in taste. With that big Camel head start on flavor. Now that great Camel heritage of real taste comes to you in a great new filter cigarette. No other can compare in flavor. No other can compare in quality to new Camel filters. This is the one you'll want to try.
Try Camel filters, the one born rich.
Don Drysdale in the on-deck circle, and then Maury Wills. McNally's first pitch is punched down the right field line, but slicing as she goes in the corner, foul, and back into the lower deck. 0-1. Phil Regan loosening up in the Dodger bullpen. And since he and everybody else in the ballpark can see Drysdale in the on-deck circle, you wonder whether Phil is just throwing on his own. We'll see. Kennedy hit a towering foul in the upper deck in left field in the third inning, but then popped out. 0-1 to John. He's 0 for 4 in the series. Dave McNally, left-hander into his windup, and the strike 1 pitch. Breaking ball, swung on and missed 0-2. I think that was his slip pitch. McNally with a 3/4 move, fastball, curveball, and a good slip pitch. He has walked 1 man through 5 innings. In direct contrast to the 5 he walked in 2 1/3 at Dodger Stadium. Dave ready in the strike 2 pitch. Fastball outside just to show it to Kennedy. 1-2. McNally, 13-game winner during the regular season. He lost 6. 1-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball, line to left for a base hit. McNally making a bad pitch, and he knew it. He kicked it to dirt. He got the ball up on Kennedy, and John hung it into left field. So the Dodgers get the leadoff man on for the second time in a row as Lefebvre opened in the fifth inning with a single, and of course trailing 1-0. That is a favorite weapon of theirs. Now that Drysdale comes up to the plate, Phil Regan stops throwing in the bullpen. Don is a good hitter. However, the Birds expect him to bunt. Brooks Robinson up inside the bag at third. Powell to ready to push off the bag at first. The curve is a strike. 0-1. With both Brooks Robinson and Johnny Powell charging the plate, Drysdale will not have much room to drop the bunt, and he backs out and has another look at Preston Gomez. Baltimore a run on 2 hits. The Dodgers no runs on 3 hits. We're in the 6th inning, nobody out. The pitch to Drysdale. He flicks at it and misses for a strike. Now he's in a hole 0-2. So Don leaning on his bat, hand on his left hip, staring down at Preston Gomez, and we'll see whether Walter Alston wants him to try and bunt 0-2. If you make a mistake on Drysdale, particularly if you get the pitch up on him above the belt, he is liable to long ball you. And of course, McNally set, looks over at first, back he comes, high and away. Ball 1, 1-2. Baltimore figuring that with 2 strikes, Drysdale will not bunt. So Brooks Robinson back to a normal depth. Powell continues to hold Kennedy. John is not a particular base-stealing threat. McNally, left foot on the rubber, has a look at Etchebarren. The outfield straight away on Drysdale. McNally's 1-2 pitch. Outside, and he took a little off at that time and almost aimed it. And the count 2-2. Crowd oohs and ahs. John Rice of the American League calling balls and strikes. We're in the 6th inning. Baltimore 1 on the wings of Frank Robinson's home run. His 2nd of the series and his 51st of the year, if you want to count the 49 he hit during the regular season. 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball just low, and that's the one he wanted. McNally angry. He thought he had it at the knees, but missed with it, and it's 3-2. Now we'll see if the Dodgers play run and hit. Kennedy, the runner, and Drysdale both checking with Gomez. McNally visibly upset on that 2-2 pitch. He tried to sneak the pass ball over at the knees and missed. But here's a very big pitch now. We'll see what develops. Kennedy at first, held on by Powell. McNally set, checking. Kennedy goes. The pitch is swung on and missed. Etchebarren juggles, throws. They get him. Etchebarren on the strike 3 juggled the ball momentarily, was still able to throw a strike to Dave Johnson to nab the sliding Kennedy. A big play. K-2-4 if you're keeping score, and just like that, 2 out in the 6th inning. The Dodgers now have been unable to get a man to second base. And here is Maury Wills, who popped up and fouled out, 0 for 2. McNally's fastball is hit to Brooks Robinson on one hop, and Brooks throws him out. For the Dodgers in the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, nobody left. And the score at the end of 5.5 innings, Baltimore 1, and the Dodgers nothing.
With Ben Scully, Bob Prince speaking to you from Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, where the Orioles have 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. The Dodgers, no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. They have now gone through 30 consecutive innings without a score, and the Baltimore defense have pulled off 3 straight double plays, and they have sparkled behind McNally, who leads it off, and here's Ben.
All right, Bob. Don Drysdale working on his opposing pitcher, Dave McNally. Right-hand batter, fouls a fastball off to the right, 0-1. The crowd giving McNally a well-deserved round of applause. Dave has been right on the plate all day. Walked just 1 man, and what balls the Dodgers have hit with men on base have been on the ground. 0-1 the count to Dave. Hit back to Drysdale in the 3rd inning. Outfield shades him a little bit towards right field. The strike 1 pitch on the way. Overhand curve for a strike. In the count 0-2. 1 run, 2 hits for Baltimore. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Sparkling play on both sides. Here's the strike 2 pitch on the way. Curveball over, strike 3 called. So McNally goes down on 3 for Don Drysdale, his 4th strikeout. And the leadoff man, Luis Aparicio. Aparicio, right-hand hitting shortstop, fouled out to Johnny Roseboro in the first inning. Hit a high twisting fly ball down the right field line in the third, and Lou Johnson went right against the boards to make the catch. So Aparicio is 0 for 2. He is 3 for 15 in the series. Drysdale ready, starts him off with a fastball. It's lined to center for a base hit. Willie Davis plays it on a hop and gets it back in. That is hit number 3 for Baltimore. It is interesting to know the Orioles have gotten 6 hits in 2 games. They won one 1-0. They're leading the other 1-0. Russ Snyder tried to bunt and actually hit the ball twice with his bat in the first inning and then popped up in the 4th. So the center fielder is 0 for 2 and 1 for 5. Drysdale set at the belt, turns and throws to first, driving Aparicio back. There has been only 1 stolen base in the series, that by Maury Wills. We'll see now whether Aparicio might be at the front end of a play as Drysdale is up on top and set. The pitch to Snyder, a strike. 0-1 to count. In the Dodger bullpen, Ron Peranoski and Phil Regan begin to loosen up. Peranoski, the left-hander. On deck, Frank Robinson. 1 out, 6th inning, 1-0 Baltimore. Drysdale set at the belt, delivers, and it's away. 1-1. Light breeze blowing from the right field corner, slanting over to left. Not really hard enough to affect a fly ball. Kennedy is up a couple of steps, about even with the bag at third. The outfield about straight away, although Lou Johnson gives the left-hand hitting Snyder most of the right field corner. Drysdale's 1-1 pitch. Aparicio goes. A pitch out. A throw down to Wills. They've got him hung up. Wills to Parker. He's tagged out. So Aparicio going on a pitch out, and it went 2-6-3 from Roseboro to Wills to Parker. So we still have only 1 stolen base in the series. To try and upset Roseboro, Snyder waved at the ball, and he's charged with a strike, so the count is 1-2. Two out, 6th inning, 1-0 Baltimore. When the Dodgers hit in the 7th, if you are not keeping score, Willie Davis, Lou Johnson, and Tommy Davis. Drysdale into his windup, 1-2 pitch, fastball hit back to the box. Don has it, just lobs to Parker, and that'll do it. In the 6th inning for Baltimore, no runs a hit, nobody left, and at the end of 6, Baltimore 1, the Dodgers nothing. 7th inning, 1-0 in favor of Baltimore. The Birds with a run on 3 hits, no errors. The Dodgers no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. For the Dodgers, Willie Davis, Lou Johnson, and Tommy Davis. Dave McNally comes to the plate. A drag bunt attempt is missed by Willie, and the count 0-1. Willie Davis grounded to Johnny Powell and struck out and made the defensive play on Powell's bid for a home run in the 4th inning. Willie is 1 for 14 in the series. Fouls it away. 0-2. McNally standing back of the rubber now looks into Etchebarren. The outfield fanned out on Willie. The strike 2 pitch on the way. Hit over the head of Aparicio into left center, but right there is Blefary to make the catch for the out. Little fly ball, 1 out. He was jammed. That'll bring up Lou Johnson. Lou Johnson fouled out and singled. He's 1 for 2. But was cut down as Tommy Davis hit into the double play in the 4th. The Birds have come up with 3 double plays today. 4 double plays in the 2 games played here, and 5 double plays in the series. And they lead 1-0 on 3 hits here in the 7th. Johnson a bunt in the air, foul. Etchebarren gloves it. Quickly, 2 out in the 7th inning. Baltimore 1, the Dodgers 0, and Tommy Davis coming up. And for the Dodgers, they have now set a record, and it is just getting longer and longer. They have failed to score in their last 30 2/3 innings. Tommy Davis lined out to right, grounded into a double play, 0 for 2. McNally into his windup and delivers, and the pitch down at Tommy's right foot, ball 1. Tom, right-hand hitting left fielder. McNally's 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, 1-1. Tommy Davis was the National League's batting champion in 1962 and in 1963, and of course suffered the broken leg that kept him out of last year's festivities. 1-1 to Tommy Davis as McNally checks in with Etchebarren. Dave comes back 1-1, fastball, and he jammed him and he popped it up. Johnny Powell looks over at Dave Johnson. It's the second baseman for the Cats. And the Dodgers roll over quietly in the 7th inning. And at the end of 6.5 innings of play, it remains Baltimore 1, the Dodgers 0.
Well, the Vice President of the United States, as the guest too of the Baltimore management, and himself an avowed American League fan and basically a Minnesota Twin fan, is standing up taking the stretch as they're ready to move it out. It's the Orioles. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. The Dodgers 0-3-0 into the bottom of the 7th and Vin Scully.
Bob. It'll be Frank Robinson who put the Birds on the boards with his home run in the 4th inning, and that's the story. 1-0 Baltimore. Great pitching duel between Don Drysdale and Dave McNally. The fastball outside, ball 1, 1-0. Frank Robinson fly deep to left and then hit one out. He'll be followed by Brooks Robinson and then Johnny Powell. Roseboro wigwagging signs out to the mound, and Drysdale comes back with a breaking ball that is low. As Robinson started his swing, he held up, and John Rice said no, he did not commit himself, and the count 2-0. The Dodgers are suddenly running out of time. They have 6 outs left to them. Drysdale is due to bat 5th when the Dodgers hit in the 8th inning. Don into his windup, and the 2-0 pitch on the way. Soft curve fouled away. Robinson way out in front of it, hit it off the end of the stick upstairs to the right. 2-1. If you are throwing Frank Robinson a fastball, you throw it one of 2 places, either way inside on the knuckles or so far outside that he can't get it. But Drysdale got a fastball over the heart of the plate, and he hit it out in the 4th inning. 2-1 pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed, and the bat goes to the bat rag. 2-2. So Drysdale has given Frank Robinson nothing but breaking stuff here in the 7th inning. Now, plate umpire John Rice saying something to Frank Robinson. Robbie does not use any tape on the handle of the bat to get a better grip, so he just picks up some dirt. A run on 3 hits for Baltimore, no runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 7th inning. It has been quite a game. The Orioles have left 1 man on base, and so have the Dodgers. Curveball got him swinging, so all breaking stuff disposes of Frank Robinson. 1 away. 5 strikeouts for Don Drysdale. And here is Brooks Robinson getting a well-deserved round of applause for the great play he made on Wes Parker's ground ball in the 5th inning. Loosening up just in case in the Baltimore bullpen, right-hander Stu Miller. Drysdale's fastball is low, ball 1. Brooks Robinson single to center in the 2nd inning, grounded to 3rd in the 4th, 1 for 2. Drysdale comes back to him 1-0. Fastball hit to the left of Wills. Morey over, grabs it at the belt and flips to Parker for the out. 2 away. Here is Johnny Powell. Powell struck out in the second inning and hit the towering smash to dead center. It is 4:10 here at Memorial Stadium. Willie Davis went to the fence, was all set to coil and leap, and the breeze blew it a good 5 or 6 feet to his right. So then Willie had to go over to his right and then leap, and was able to spear it. Drysdale ready in the pitch to Powell. Change up, hit off the fists, up the middle. So Powell singles to center. Willie Davis gets it back in a hurry. So with 2 out, a single by Johnny Powell, and the batter, the left-hand hitting left fielder, Kurt Blefary. For Drysdale, he's allowed 4 hits. Blefary has walked and flied to right. Quite a game. Each side with 1 man left on base. Drysdale turns on the rubber, up on top now and set at the belt. They're not going to hold Powell. The fastball is low, ball 1. The understatement of the year would be to say the Dodgers do not expect Powell to try to steal. 1-0 the count. Drysdale again set. And the 1-0 pitch to Blefary. Fastball low again, ball 2. 2-0. On deck, the right-hand hitting second baseman Dave Johnson. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for Baltimore, 1 left. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Dodgers, 1 left. Drysdale took off his cap, gazed out toward center field for a moment. Now back to the Wars. 2-0, the count to Kurt Blefary. Infield swung way around to first with Lefebvre playing at deep second base. Drysdale's 2-0 pitch, fastball, over for a strike, 2-1. So in the inning, all breaking stuff to Frank Robinson, all fastballs to Kurt Blefary. Parker going steady with the foul line, about 3 feet back of the bag at first. Drysdale to Blefary, and it's swung on and missed. Strike 2. 2-2. In the 8th inning, the Dodgers will have Jim Lefebvre, Wes Parker, and Johnny Roseboro. Drysdale peers into Roseboro, Blefary waiting. Now Don is up on top, of backward glance at Powell, and the 2-2 pitch, fastball fouled away. The only run of the ball game in the 4th inning as Frank Robinson hit a Don Drysdale fastball way back into the left field seats. His 2nd home run of the series, both against Drysdale. And for Frank Robinson, he's hit 51 this year. 2-2 pitch to Blefary. Curveball hit in the air to right field. It's playable. Lou Johnson is there, waiting and waiting, and makes the catch. So in the 7th for Baltimore, no runs, 1 hit, a man left. And the score at the end of 7, Baltimore 1, the Dodgers nothing.
Whoa, 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 Winston tastes good. Like your cigarette should. When I changed to Winston, I changed for good. 'Cause I got good taste, like I knew I would. Winston tastes good, like it should. When you change to Winston, change for good, 'cause Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Winston tastes good like your cigarette should. Make your cigarette Winston.
Winston.
You know, prior to yesterday, there had been 368 World series games, and only 2 decided 1-0 by home runs. Now there might be 2 more back-to-back yesterday and today. And the fewest hits is 22 in a series, and the Dodgers right now only have 15. So there are all kinds of reversible records going on here, Ben.
All right, Bob, it'll be Jimmy Lefevre to lead it off, followed by Wes Parker and then Johnny Roseboro. 8th inning, 1-0 Baltimore. Change-up, swung on and missed. Lefevre out in front of it. Switch hitting second baseman, batting right-handed. He has walked and singled. McNally comes back to the plate 0-1 and misses outside as he appeared to turn that over a little bit, almost like a screwball. 1-1. Dave McNally has limited the Dodgers to 3 hits, all singles, and has not allowed a man to get to second base through 7 innings. The 1-1 pitch, whacked foul outside of third. One hop at Kangaroos up into the lower deck. 1-2. Lefevre in the series has 2 hits in 11 at-bats. For the Dodgers, Lou Johnson has the most hits. Johnson has 4. Here's the 1-2 pitch, taken low and inside, ball 2, 2-2. For Baltimore, a defensive measure here in the 8th inning. Paul Blair now in center field. Kurt Blefary comes out, and Russ Snyder moves over to left. So if you're keeping score, put Paul Blair in Kurt Blefary's spot. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Jim Lefevre. Fastball high. He started to go after it and held up. 3-2. The Dodgers, trailing since the 4th, have gotten a leadoff man on base in the 5th inning and again in the 6th. However, each time, the following man hit into or missed into a double play, as it turned out with Drysdale. 3-2 pitch. Fastball hit in the air to center field. Back goes Blair. Away back to the track, to the fence. Leaps up and gloves it. So Paul Blair, who was just put into the game by Hank Bauer in center field, made the perfect play as he went straight to the fence, turned, timed his leap, and hauled it in. It was not quite as spectacular as Willie Davis' catch, but now in the waning moments of the ball game, it appears even bigger. It's still 1-0 Baltimore, and Parker fouls it away. So a fine play by Paul Blair in center field. Where Powell's ball was really kissed, that was not one of Lefevre's better bolts, even though he hit it that far. The strike 1 pitch on the way to Parker. Swung on and missed, and that was the slip pitch, and Wes was way out in front of it. 0-2. And Wes, like many of the Dodgers now, appearing to be pressing as he chased one high and away. Parker robbed of a hit by Brooks Robinson. Next one is low, ball 1. The Dodgers, of course, now have only 5 outs left to them, with 1 out here in the 8th. McNally stands back of the rubber, looks in to get his sign. Left-hander ready, and the 1-2 pitch on the way. High chopper down to third baseman Robinson. Brooks gloves it and throws him out. So 2 out in the 8th inning. Baltimore 1, the Dodgers nothing, and the left-hand hitting catcher Johnny Roseboro coming up to the plate. Roseboro flied to right and struck out. It's been a long series for John. He's 1 for 13. Willie Davis has had the longest series, 1 for 15. Pitch hit foul down the right field line, 0-1. One run, 4 hits, and no errors for Baltimore. The run, a home run by Frank Robinson in the 4th inning. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. We're in the 8th, 2 out. McNally checking with Etchebarren. Now Dave delivers fastball away. 1-1. Roseboro, basically a low ball hitter. But John with bad hands ever since the last 2 months of the season and a painfully sore right wrist. Blair shades him slightly towards right center. 1-1 pitch on the way. A little high up around the eyes. Ball 2. 2-1. Paid attendance today, 54,458. So we have 3 more here. Actually, 13 more than we had yesterday. 2-1, the count to Johnny Roseboro. McNally comes back to the plate. Fastball grounded down to Dave Johnson. The second baseman up with it cleanly and throws him out. The Dodgers are out in order again. 8 in a row retired by McNally, and the score at the end of 7.5 innings of play, Baltimore 1 and the Dodgers nothing.
Well, Big D has only one thing he can look forward to, and that's to stop Baltimore here in the 9th inning, and then go right on and hope that somehow or other his team can scramble to get him back in the game with a tie or a run to go. It's 1-0 and a fantastic pitching performance, Ben.
All right, Bob. Bottom of the 8th inning, 1-0 Baltimore. Dave Johnson, Andy Etchebarren, and pitcher Dave McNally. Drysdale ready, starts him with a fastball away. Ball 1. Dave Johnson grounded into a double play and flied to left. Right-hand hitting second baseman 0 for 2. A run on 4 hits for Baltimore. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Drysdale's fastball just outside and low. Ball 2. The Dodgers today cannot be accused of leaving men on base. They have left 1 man on base in 8 innings. Baltimore leaving 2. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Fastball over for a strike. In the count 2-1.
The Orioles should win today. The post-game interviews will be held at the clubhouses.
2-1. The count to Dave Johnson. Drysdale into his windup, and the 2-1 pitch on the way. Fastball is low. Ball 3, 3-1. Johnson in the series is 4 for 13. Dave waiting, Drysdale ready, and the 3-1 pitch. Fastball hit off the end of the bat. A fly ball to shallow right. Lou Johnson coming in a hurry and makes the catch. So Dave Johnson, a fly ball to shallow right, 1 away. Drysdale has made 1 bad pitch. 1 pitch he'd like to get back, but there's no second chance. That was the fastball to Frank Robinson out over the plate, and Robbie hit it deep into the left field seats, and that's the story. That, along with the tremendous pitching performance of left-hander Dave McNally. Here's Andy Etchebarren. He struck out twice today. Drysdale comes to him with a curve, bunted in the air. Parker gloves it for the out. In fair ground, says first base umpire Mel Steiner. And now an ovation building for Baltimore left-hander Dave McNally. McNally, right-hand batter. Drysdale's fastball is swung on and missed 0-1. Dave is hit back to the box and struck out. 2 out, bottom of the 8th. Baltimore 1, the Dodgers nothing. In the 9th, the Dodgers are due to send up Kennedy, Drysdale, and Wills. Fastball is low. Ball 1. 1-1. With McNally going, you think of possible right-handed pinch hitters. The Dodgers have Dick Stewart, Al Ferrara, Jeff Torborg, Nate Oliver, and switch hitter Jim Gilliam. Slow curve is popped up back as short. Wills goes out, turns now, and makes the catch. So Baltimore out in order in the 8th inning, and the score at the end of 8. Baltimore 1, and the Dodgers nothing.
Well, as it goes now, the Dodgers are down to their last inhalation, and they're going to have to do it as they send Big Dick Stewart up there, and they'll come the Orioles 1-4-0. And a fellow who has hit a lot of home runs against Baltimore and in this ballpark when he played in the American League, Dick Stewart, is going to come up and bat in place of Kennedy, and then with Al Ferrara on deck. It's do or die for the Dodgers. There's no question about it into the top half of the ninth, and here's Ben Scully.
All right, Bob. Dick Stewart, who hit quite a few home runs here at Memorial Stadium in his American League days with the Boston Red Sox, is now asked to go up there and try and rip one for the National League. The Stewart right-hand hitter. McNally's pitch high and inside. Ball 1-0. So the Dodgers come up with the bench. Dick Stewart followed by Al Ferrara and then Maury Wills. Strange that Dick Stewart, who was cut adrift by the New York Mets, is now up here trying to decide the future of the Dodgers in the ninth inning of the World Series. Fastball is swung on and missed. 1-1. And, of course, here in Baltimore, for every strike and for every out, the cheers will get louder and louder. And for the Dodgers, time grows shorter now. 3 outs remaining. 1-0 Baltimore in the ninth. 1-1 pitch, fastball foul back. In on the hands, 1-2. For the Dodgers, this is their 13th World Series, and there are people who will remember that when this story is completed. The Dodger record, in their previous 12 World Series, they won 4 and lost 8. All 4 championships under the reins of manager Walter Alston. 1-2, the count to Dick Stewart. Of course, here in Baltimore on this Sunday afternoon, they can't wait to holler, "The King is dead, long live the King," because the Dodgers, champions of last year, have 3 outs left to them. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Stewart. In there, strike 3 call. Strikeouts for Dave McNally. 1 away in the ninth inning. Here is Al Ferrara, right-hand hitting outfielder. Pinch hitting for Don Drysdale. McNally's curve is line to center, base hit. So Ferrara keeps the Dodgers afloat with a single to center. And the batter will be Maury Wills. Four hits for the Dodgers. Nate Oliver will now run for Al Ferrara. Nate Oliver running for Ferrara. One run, 4 hits, no errors for Baltimore. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. And Maury Wills at the plate. He is 0 for 3 today. He has 1 hit in 13 at-bats in the series. Johnny Powell holding the bag on Nate Oliver. And Dave McNally looks into Etchebarren to get his sign. The left-hander ready. And the pitch to Wills. Fastball swung on and missed. Dropped by Etchebarren. Oliver holding at first. 0-1. The only run, the home run by Frank Robinson in the 4th inning. And now it looms as the tallest mountain in the baseball world as Dave McNally tries to make it stand up. McNally set at the belt, looks at Oliver, checks again, and the strike 1 pitch, fastball low, 1-1. Dave, of course, trying to make Wills keep the ball on the ground. Brooks Robinson doing a little housekeeping down there at third base. Powell holding the bag on Oliver. The outfield relatively shallow, with Paul Blair particularly so in center. Blair, of course, is up a couple of steps to handle a base hit and try and prevent Oliver from going to third. The 1-1 pitch to Wills. Outside and again dropped by Etchebarren. Ball 2. So Andy's dropped 2 in a row. The dangerous habit for a catcher. 2-1 to count. Stu Miller, Mo Drabowski in the Baltimore bullpen, Phil Regan in the Dodger bullpen, and McNally and Wills head-to-head in the ninth. 2-1 pitch to Morey. Fastball high, ball 3. And now Luis Aparicio goes to the mound to counsel McNally. So Aparicio talking to Dave. McNally worked 2 1/3 innings in the first game and has pitched a tremendous 8 innings today. No Dodger through 8 innings has been able to get to second base. 3-1. The count to Wills, who backs out and picks up a handful of dirt. 9th inning, 1 out, and Wills also had a peek at Preston Gomez. So did base runner Oliver. And McNally set. Checking. Checks. Oliver does not go, and the pitch is ball 4. And so for the first time today, the Dodgers have a runner at second. It is Nate Oliver, and a runner at first, Maury Wills. For Dave McNally, his second walk. The other one came to Jimmy Lefevre back in the second inning. Willie Davis, who is the hungriest of all Dodger hitters, is the batter. Willie today grounded out, struck out, flied to left. He has 1 hit in 15 at-bats. Willie's base hit was a single to left field in the first game against Mo Drabowski. Left-hand hitting center fielder. McNally in some trouble with 1 out. The left-hander set and delivers, and it's very high. A nice save by Etchebarren. Ball 1. The Birds begin to stir a bit in their nest. Hank Bauer and his pitching coach Harry Brackeen have a little chat, while Drabowski and Miller heat up back of the left field fence. Nate Oliver at second, Maury Wills at first. 1 out. 1-0 Baltimore in the 9th. McNally looks into Etchebarren, who wigwags a sign out to him. Left-hander's 1-0 pitch. Willie takes a strike. Breaking ball. One thing in McNally's favor. Hard pressed in the 9th inning. He was still behind on the batter. He came in with a breaking ball. 1-1 to count. The out in the inning, Dick Stewart struck out as a pinch hitter for Kennedy. Ferrara hitting for Drysdale singled, and Wills has walked. 1-1 to Willie Davis. McNally is set, checking, checks again, now works the plate. Slow curve, hit in the air to Frank Robinson in right field. He goes back and makes the catch, and the run is home. And the Dodgers have 1 out left. Lou Johnson has 4 hits in the series. He is 4 for 14. He singled to left field in the 4th inning. And as Johnson comes up to the plate, Harry Brackeen goes walking out to the mound to make sure, number one, McNally remembers how to pitch to him, and also to make sure he has enough left. Whatever Brackeen asks McNally, he nods yes. Johnson today fouled out in the 1st inning, singled to left field in the 4th, and fouled out trying to bunt in the 7th. All right, Brackeen goes trotting back to the Baltimore dugout. 1-0 Baltimore in the 9th inning. The Dodgers have not scored a run in 32 2/3 scoreless consecutive innings. So you talk about a hungry ball club. They are down to the last bite. McNally straddling the rubber. Etchebarren settles low in a crouch. Nate Oliver away from second. Maury Wills from first, and the sun comes out. McNally is ready and delivers, and it's swung on and missed. Breaking ball down and away. 0-1. Johnny Rice, the American League umpire, cleans off home plate. On deck, Tom Davis. McNally again looks in to get a sign from Andy Etchebarren. 0-1 the count to Lou Johnson. The left-hander ready, checks the runners. The strike one pitch. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Strike two. Johnson, with the count, no balls and 2 strikes, is standing in the way of the Baltimore Orioles being champions of the world. McNally is set and ready. And the strike 2 pitch swung on a fly ball to right center. It's playable. Paul Blair is waiting and waiting. He's got it. With the highlights of the 4th game of the World Series right after this message.
Take charge. Move up to Chrysler 67. Take charge with looks that demand attention and get it. Take charge with V8s that range from big to biggest. And the biggest brakes in the price class, too. With Chrysler's unique front seat, called the 3-in-1. 2 armchairs 1 minute, 5-foot wide seat the next. Take charge. Move up to Chrysler. It's easy. 4 full-size Chryslers are now priced just a few dollars a month more than the most popular smaller cars comparably equipped. See your Chrysler dealer today.
Totals on the ball game for Baltimore: 1 run, 4 hits, and no errors. They left 2 men on base. For the Dodgers, no runs, 4 hits, and no errors. They left 3 men on base. The Dodgers shut out again, wind up the series going 33 consecutive scoreless innings. The winning pitcher, Dave McNally, who could go only 2 1/3 in the first game. And McNally comes back to go all the way. Right now, pandemonium and joy in the Baltimore dressing room, and let's go down there and go with Chuck Thompson.
One thing after the other, and it'll sound something like this: ain't the beer cold. The Orioles are the world's champions, and they have come into their clubhouse and now having a meeting back on the corner with their manager, Hank Bauer. And let's get the first man we can get up here right now, Oriole third baseman Brooks Robinson. There cannot possibly be a happier moment. Brooks.
You're right, Chuck. I waited a long time for this, since 1955 when I signed, and it's just great knowing you're the #1 team in the world in 1966, and I'm real happy to be on this club, and we thought we were going to win when we started this thing, and we just got pretty good pitching, and these kids, they pitch like hell, and I'm just happy about it.
Didn't they, though, Brooks? And you fellas played perfect defensive baseball. You took advantage of every opportunity given to you. It was a great win for the Orioles in the American League.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, right, Brooks Robinson. We'll try to pick off a few more of them as they get up here, and we'd also like to get the Commissioner of Baseball, Commissioner Eckert, if he can come up here in just a moment. Paulie, come on up here if you can for a second, please. Here's the young man who had the distinction of making the final out on the ball game, Paul Blair. He won yesterday's ball game with a home run. And, Paul, they have kidded you all year long and called you Motor Mouth.
They won't let this down. I'm not going to let them get over. Beautiful thrill. I can't talk too good right now.
When the ball was in the air coming down to you, was it bouncing a little bit, Paul?
No, it wasn't bouncing. I saw it all the way. I just wish it'd hurry up and get here.
And this is a prize trophy that nobody will take from Paul
Never
Blair.
get this ball.
Paul, congratulations. A great win for you and the Orioles.
Thank you.
A wonderful job. A job well done. Here's the young man who did it, Dave McNally, who pitched the shutout. Dave, in the ninth inning, well, first of all, let me get your breath a little bit. In the ninth inning, I was a little worried as I watched. I thought maybe Hank Bauer was on his way out. Any thoughts like that cross your mind?
No, when two men got on, I thought there might be a chance. I knew left-hander was coming up. Willie Davis was coming up, and I thought he'd leave me in it for him. I knew if I got him out, I would get a crack at Lou Johnson. Beautiful defense, wasn't it?
What pitch was the best one for you today, Dave?
I think I had both pretty good pitches, and that's what it takes for me to win. I have to have two good pitches, one to help the other one.
The curveball and the fastball?
Curveball and fastball. When I had to get somebody out, I went mostly to my curveball.
Dave, the Oriole infield played brilliantly behind you today.
Everybody played brilliant. Bob Blair jumped on the fence, caught that ball, and every time somebody got on, they made a good play and got double play.
Thank you very much, Dave McNally. Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Chuck.
Let's get the other end right up here. Frank, come on over here. Here's the man who's done it, Frank. I don't know whether you've had a chance to collect your thoughts enough to express yourself, but just how does it feel?
There's no words to express it, Chuck. You know, you're just floating around here now, and if you say great, that really doesn't tell your true feelings, you know. Right. This thing just never happens. It only happens once in a lifetime, and I'm glad I was in the right place at the right time.
Well, Frank, you come on to have the greatest. Have you ever had a greater year?
No.
Well, here's your home run coming up right now on the screen. We're taking a look at it. And there wasn't any doubt in your mind about it being out.
Not when I hit it, no, sir.
Well, Frank Robinson, you've won a Triple Crown, and I think that baseball will agree with me that you'll become the first player in the history of the game to be the most valuable player in both the American and the National League.
Keep my fingers crossed, Jeff.
Tell me, Frank, how do you feel about Baltimore?
Great. We went out to win it for the city, Chuck, and this is a great team. Let me say, this is a great pleasure playing with these guys. They believe in themselves, and they went out and proved it. I think this really proves it, and I'd just like to say it was a great bunch of guys, and it was a real pleasure playing this year with these fellas.
Frank Robinson, congratulations again, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Have a nice, easy, cool sort of a winter. And we'll be back here at the Oriole Clubhouse in just a moment.
I've just run out.
You've just run out?
I'm out of cigarettes.
Well, try one of mine.
Try one of yours?
Sure. Try one of mine. Have a Salem. Salem is the menthol cigarette that refreshes your taste for you. Salem is the menthol cigarette all of America's turning to. When you buy a menthol cigarette, don't take anything but the best. Salem is the menthol cigarette, the one brand that outsells all the rest. Try one of mine. Turn to Salem, for a taste that's springtime fresh.
Well, the happy fellow right up here with me is the manager of the Orioles, Hank Bauer, and I don't know whether he's the happiest or whether American League President Joe Cronin is, but first of all, Hank, you've been in this, you've had this experience as a player, and now as a manager. I don't know whether you can compare the two or not, but I think people would like to hear what you have to say.
I think this is the greatest thing that ever happened to me in baseball. I did play on 7 pennant winners, but never as a manager like I was this year. We got good young kids, and let me say this, everybody says we didn't have pitching. We had a better pitching than they did.
Yeah, I think the record books will show that for many years to come.
And we had a bunch of kids, too, Chuck, and they came through 100%.
Hank, and you did a 100% job yourself. Everybody in baseball recognizes that fact. You deserve a great deal of credit, and I think it's a wonderful day. And Joe Cronin, how does the American League feel about a 4-game season?
American League congratulates Hank Bauer. He's done a wonderful job. They stepped out in the American League, and they knocked all the clubs off. We thought we were going to have a real good race this year, but old Hank stepped out, and he really showed the rest of the league, and I think he's proven it to all the baseball world and sweeping the World Series. We're proud of you, Hank.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Hank, I don't want to dwell on a negative subject at all, but did you at any time think about going to McNally in the 9th inning?
Yes, I did. I was a little afraid of Johnson, and Cat went out and asked him how he felt, and said he was all right, and we went to breaking balls with Johnson. I think if he would have got on base, I'd have brought in Stu Miller to pitch to Tommy Davis.
Hank Bauer, manager of the world champion Baltimore Orioles, Orioles. Congratulations, Hank. It's been a great privilege being with you. And right now, that's about the story from down here in the Winners Clubhouse. The world champion, Russ Snyder. Congratulations. Over here is Boog Powell. Come on in here, Boog. We got the lead right now. We got to turn things back to Kurt Gowdy up in the announce booth.
Now we'll continue with more World Series highlights in just a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll tell you very quickly this was a very abbreviated series, and a lot of surprises took place, and there isn't any question about that. First game, 6 2/3 shutout pitching of Mo Dabrowski, struck out 11. The Orioles winning 5-2. In the second ball game, a 20-year-older shut him out 6-0. The youngest pitcher ever to pitch a shutout in the World Series. Willie Davis committed 3 errors in 1 inning. That's a record. The Dodgers had 6 in 1 game. That tied a record. In the third game, a 21-year-older by the name of Bunker went out and won a ball game, and Paul Blair homered. That became then the third game in the history of the World Series ever to be won by a home run. Stengel did it in 23, Heinrich in 49, now Blair in yesterday's game, and they came right back today on back-to-backers when Frank Robinson hit a home run, and thus 4 games, 2 back-to-back, have been won by a score of 1-0 in all of the World Series games ever played by virtue of a home run. Another record established, the Dodgers, the fewest hits by a club in the series. The record was 22. The Dodgers have erased that one off the books now, as they had 10-13, a total all day of 17 others in the series, so they eclipsed the old mark of 22 being the fewest hits. Lots of tremendous thrills and great plays, and certainly they'll be talking a long, long time about this World Series, where, by the way, they only used 1 relief pitcher, the Orioles did, and never one time called on a pinch hitter. 28 Dodgers going down on strikeouts against a team that was supposed to have inferior pitching, but did not. So this World Series is all wrapped up, and it was tremendous. I'll say that this broadcast was authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. Certainly has, too, if I may take a moment to been a great joy to work alongside our producer Len Dillon of NBC and our WBL engineer Bert Bader, to Jimmy Simpson, who has been so invaluable on all of the stats and the records and everything said, along with Alan Roth and Kurt Gowdy, Chuck Thompson, and of course my running mate here, Ben Scully, the veteran voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers. To give you the score of this one, the Baltimore Birds made sure they weren't going back to Los Angeles, and they won it 1-0. So they then extended the Dodgers scoreless streak to 33, and that is another record. Baltimore wins this one, 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. The Dodgers 0-4-0. 2 sensational catches, one by Willie Davis on a ball hit by Boog Powell in the 4th that they'll talk about a long time. Otherwise, they would have had a 2-0 lead. Then they came right back and repaid the compliment, and Blair, whose homer won it yesterday, turns around and saved a home run off the bat of Lefevre as he leaped a good 2 to 3 feet higher than the fence, 7 feet tall at the 410 mark, and hauled in what would have been the tying blast off the bat of Lefevre. So 3 double plays in a row, marvelous pitching by McNally, a whale of a World Series, even though you are a Dodger fan. So that'll wrap up the 4th and final game of the 1966 World Series.
It has been brought to you by Chrysler Corporation, makers of Chrysler Plymouth. Gillette, makers of new heads-up hair grooming for men. Salem menthol cigarettes. You'll find Salem refreshes your taste. And by Carling Black Label. Why not enjoy one right now?
The final score once again in the 4th and final game of the World Series here in Memorial Stadium, Baltimore, was 1-0 Baltimore. And now speaking for Vin Scully, this is Bob Prince saying thanks very much for being with us. This has been a sports presentation of NBC News.
Today, the fans are out to get a ticket or 2 from Walla, Washington to Kalamazoo. It's a beautiful day for a home run, but even a triple's okay.
Number 19 at second base, Tommy Helm. Dodger Baseball is on the air, brought to you by your Union 76 dealers. Drive in where you see the big orange ball. The spirit of 76 lives at Union Oil. Buy Slits. Grab for all the gusto you can. When you're out of Slits, you're out of beer. By Farmer John, the famous farmer who provides your family with Farmer John bacon, ham, sausage, wieners, luncheon meats, and fresh pork. Remember the name, Farmer John. And by the people at Pacific Telephone, who remind you when it comes to communications, we're here to help. Well, hi, everyone. This is Jerry Doggett along with Vin Scully. Here we are at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati for the game between the Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. This broadcast is presented with the permission of the Los Angeles Dodgers Incorporated. Any reproduction or rebroadcast without the express written permission of the Los Angeles Dodgers Incorporated is prohibited. Well, it's a beautiful evening here in Cincinnati. Quite a contrast to the night we had last night in Pittsburgh when we had pouring rain for an hour before the ball game and a delay of an hour, and then the long game, and the Dodgers arrived in Cincinnati sometime around 3 o'clock this morning. So it was a long night. They spent most of the time recuperating and now get set for the first game of the 3-game series here in Cincinnati. Pitchers tonight, left-hander Don Gullett, the young whiz for the Reds, who has a 9-3 mark. Don Sutton for the Dodgers, 9-8. The lineups and other pregame notes for you right after this message. Don Sutton against Don Gullett here tonight. Gullett 9-3 and Sutton 9-8. And here are the batting orders for the ball game. For the Dodgers, Maury Wills at shortstop, Manny Mota in left field, Willie Davis in center, Richie Allen at third, Wes Parker at first, Bobby Valentine in right, Joe Ferguson catching, Bill Russell at second base, and Don Sutton to do the pitching. The batting order for the Reds, Pete Rose in right, Bernie Carbo in left, Lee May at first, Tony Perez at third, Johnny Bench catching, George Foster in center, Tommy Helms at second, Woody Woodward at short, and Don Gullett to do the pitching. The Reds have taken the field here now at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, and we'll be underway in a moment. Right now, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all around what we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rockets everywhere, the bumpers singing gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
The Reds are out defensively now. The umpires for the ball game will be Steiner at the plate, Davidson at first, Crawford at second, and Landis will be at third. The Dodgers coming into Cincinnati for a 3-game series here before coming on home into Dodger Stadium on Friday night, and they will then play the Atlanta Braves, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Reds on the 9-game homestand. The homestand will open Friday night with Atlanta coming in, and Bill Singer's due to pitch in the opening game of that series. The pitching here in Cincinnati tomorrow night, Doyle Alexander against Gary Nolan, and then on Thursday, Al Downing against Jim McLaughlin. On the mound now, the young left-hander who has been the hottest pitcher for the Reds this year, 9 wins and 3 losses, hard-throwing left-hander Don Gullett, who is just a couple of years out of high school. Boy, he can fire it in there. Gullett has an earned run average of 2.73. He shut out the Dodgers in his only appearance against them earlier in the year. This will be his second start. He shut them out in the second game of a doubleheader here when the Dodgers were here in April. The Dodgers will have 3 games this series and 2 in their last trip to Cincinnati. They stand 5-2 against the Reds so far on the year. The Reds have had a lot of problems this year. They have won 44, lost 53. They are 14.5 back. The Dodgers are 7 back behind the Giants, who won last night, as did the Dodgers. And the Houston Astros are right behind the Dodgers now again, 9.5 back, 2.5 behind the Dodgers, and only 1 back on the lost side. So a big 3-game set here now, as the Dodgers on this trip stand 2-4, and they're trying to come home with perhaps 5 wins if they can sweep, 4 if they can win 2, and then get set for the invasion of Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati on the next homestand coming up. It is a beautiful evening. It has been a great day. Temperature in the 70s, bright sunshiny skies, and the weather forecast for the entire 3 days is about the same. So we should have good games and good weather conditions here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. Okay, time to play ball. The Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds from Cincinnati. And now for the play-by-play, here's Vin Scully. Vinny?
Thank you, Jerry. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you, wherever you may be. The Dodgers have stumbled upon a beauty. Boy, we had a great day yesterday fighting the rain in Pittsburgh. We finally got it in, and it has come up clean and freshly scrubbed in Cincinnati for today. Don Gullett, tremendously talented left-hander, will start things off and makes his first pitch to Wills, and it's fouled away. 0-1. 0-1 to count to Maury, hitting .295. Gullett making his 19th start. He got a big break when Jim Maloney was hurt, and that put Gullett out of the bullpen, and boy, what a ball player he's become. Little foul into the crowd back of the Reds dugout, and the count 0-2 to Maury Wills. Gullett shut the Dodgers out in the second game of a doubleheader way back in April. His last victory, he beat Montreal. He allowed only 1 run, but was not involved in a decision against the Giants. 9-3 with the lead. Don Gullett. Left-hander ready, and the strike 2 fastball is over. Strike 3 called. So Maury Wills looks at a third one. 1 out. The batter will be Manny Mota. The Dodgers are having a very tough time against left-handers, and of course that's always a bad sign. They had trouble with George Stone, who shut them out in Atlanta, and then ran up against Luke Walker, who had them no-hitted into the 9th. So suddenly they are under .500 against left-handers on the road. They're 6-8. The first pitch to Manny Mota missing, ball 1, 1-0. Don Gullett and Johnny Bench. Bench returning to the Wars. Bench is now in his 3rd game since the 7th of July. That does not include the All-Star game. The 1-0 pitch to Mota is hit to shortstop. Woodward was shading him to second base and throws him out. 2 away, and Willie Davis coming out. Willie has been swinging a hot bat, particularly against the Reds. He's at .385 against Cincinnati. Say, here's a reminder, you can stop at any participating Union Oil dealer in the Los Angeles area and get a coupon worth 50 cents off on a Universal Studio tour. Willie Davis, 10 for 26. Up there against left-hander Gullett. Tony Perez plays him up inside the bag at third. Gullett ready over the top, and the fastball is low. Ball 1. Mel Steiner, the plate umpire. Dave Davidson at first. Shag Crawford at second. Stan Landis at third. Gilliam and Ozark on the lines for the Dodgers. Gullett, both feet on the rubber, and Bench wigwags a couple of signs out. Gullett into the windup, and the 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and foul tipped, and the count 1-1. In talking about Johnny Bench, who returns to the lineup, he's been in and out since the 7th. He was struck on the back of the hand by a foul ball off the bat of Richie Hebner. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way in the dirt ball, too. 2-1. Sparky Anderson and Johnny Bench agreed before the game today that John is just going to have to play in pain until it goes away. He's gotten cortisone shots, and now he can just play. Nothing serious, just a severe bruise. Davis swings late on a fastball that was more sound than sight in the count 2-2. It's tough enough to hit against Gullett at any time, but we have a bright blue sky finish to this day. And boy, when you got somebody who can hurry that ball up to the plate like Gullett, you're in a hole. 2-2, the count to Willie Davis. Here comes Gullett. Fastball fouled away off third, out of play. 2-2, the count. The Dodgers have done well against the Reds, taken 2 out of 3 in Los Angeles and 3 out of 4 here in Cincinnati. Gullett checking. Davis waiting, and the 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball fouled away again off to the left and out of play. The Reds find themselves 2.5 games back of Atlanta and 14.5 games back of the divisional leading Giants. So for the Reds, not only do they have to catch the Giants, they'd have to climb over a lot of people. They've got to get over Atlanta, Houston, and the Dodgers. And that's a crowd. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Willie Davis. Swung on and sliced foul down the left field line into the crowd alongside the Dodger bullpen. So Willie is fouled off 3, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gullett is making his 18th start. He has completed only 2, but he's only a youngster. The pitch to Willie, strike 3 called. And all Gullett does is strike out 2 out of 3. Dodgers are gone at the end of half an inning. Dodgers nothing, Cincinnati coming up.
Tomorrow night, the Reds...
Schlitz, Milwaukee and the world. One chance at life, and you can't be afraid to live it, because second chances never come, but you wouldn't have it any other way. Same with your beer. You wouldn't have it any other way either. Schlitz. Why settle for less? When you're out of Schlitz, you're out of beer.
First batter for Cincinnati, number 14, the right fielder, Pete Rose.
Bottom of the first inning here at Riverfront Stadium. The Dodgers turned away by 20-year-old left-hander Don Gullett. And now here come the Reds. Pete Rose, Bernie Carbo, and Lee May. And Don Sutton ready to go to work. Right-hander over the top, and the first pitch is low, ball 1. Pete Rose hitting .307, 7 home runs, 21 runs batted in. We'll set the Dodgers defensively. Joe Ferguson behind the plate with left-hander Gullett going for Cincinnati. Sutton's next one is lifted to left center field. Mota and Davis moving over, and Mota there to make the catch. 1 away. The Dodger infield, Wes Parker and Bill Russell. The Fever now reports he's okay. But after getting 3 hits last night, Walter Olson decided to keep Russell in there tonight. Maury Wills at short, Richie Allen at third. Manny Mota is in left, Willie Davis is in center, and Bobby Valentine in right. Bernie Carbo is having quite a struggle in his sophomore year. He had all kinds of things going for him last year, But as he comes to the plate now, he's hitting only .224. He hit .310 last year. Carbo last year had 21 home runs, 63 runs batted in. This year, he has 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Now you wonder about just how tough it is in the big leagues. Why, Bernie Carbo can take the witness stand and attest to that fact. The second time around has not been a charm at all for Bernie. Left-hand hitter. Strike one change is whacked to Davis, and Willie has a bead on it and makes the catch for the out. So 2 out in the first inning, and big Lee May coming on.
The first baseman, Lee May.
Sparky Anderson was saying before the ballgame he's having trouble getting 2 hot hitters in the lineup at the same time. They seem to get 1, but not 2. Lee May was red hot for a while. He has cooled off. He's still hitting .287, and he has 24 home runs, 57 runs batted in. Sutton's curve is high, ball 1. But anyway, May started to cool, and that's just when Tony Perez came awake with the bat. And Sparky said if I could just get those 2, or bench and 1 other together, we'd start making some runs. They're not hitting the way they did last year. The 1-0 pitch on the way, fastball foul back out of play, 1-1. One of the reasons the Reds are not scoring as much as last year is their new ballpark. In fact, everybody kept talking so much about the big red machine of last year, you overlooked the fact that last year's Cincinnati club scored 100 runs fewer than the Reds club of the year before. But nobody realized that, since the Reds were hightailing it to the National League Divisional Championship and then to the pennant. But then, of course, with all the injuries, they were just a carbon copy by the time the series came around. The pitch to Lee May is high, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. With the AstroTurf, however, their fielding has improved tremendously, and the pitching is holding up very well. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 2. Hard breaking ball, 2-2 the count to Lee May. Two down, first inning, no score. First game of the 3-game series. Gary Nolan and Doyle Alexander tomorrow. Jim McLaughlin and Al Downing, the concluding game on Thursday. Now the 2-2 pitch to Lee May. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 3, up and in around the shoulders. So Sutton challenged him and struck him out. The Reds are gone in order. At the end of an inning, no score.
Holding a season ticket.
Second inning, no score in the ball game. The Dodgers and Reds, Don Gullett and Don Sutton. It'll be Richie Allen, followed by Wes Parker, and then Bobby Valentine. Allen hitting 15 home runs, 59 RBI, batting .284. So Gullett tunes up to Johnny Bench, and here we go. Richie a .284 average, and Don Gullett watching his teammates whip the ball around the infield. And into this second inning we go. Dodgers have won 5 out of 7 from the Reds. We'll get reports, but it's a little too early to even try and check. We'll keep track of the Pirates and the Giants for you. Rich Allen takes a look, and it's a strike, 0-1. Steve Garvey working out every day now, and he's within a couple of days of being ready. Gullett comes back to the plate, and it's hit to left field, sinking in front of Carbo for a base hit. So Richie Allen singles to left. That would give him his highest average as a Dodger. He was .284, and with that base hit, he'll move up.
28, the first baseman, Wes
And the batter will be Wes Parker. Parker hitting .287, although he is doing a better job with right-handed at .296. Johnny Bench talking to Mel Steiner, I think, about properly defining the batter's box, or is he just examining the bat? And Steiner now looks at the bat. There's something on the bat around the trademark, and Steiner doesn't like it. It was Bench who spotted it. I don't know what it is, but Parker is now talking to Steiner. There was something right up around the trademark, as if it had been scratched with a bottle cap or something, and they usually do that to the handles. And Bench saw it and said that the bat was illegal. And then Steiner looked at it and told Parker he couldn't use it. So West comes up with what might be a brand new bat now, and the other bat goes back. And no doubt he'll try and sneak it in another time, another day, although he acted as if the man who was just innocent. He's at the plate. Gullett delivers. Fastball is popped foul back of the plate. Johnny Bench coming back to the base of the screen. He'll run out of room. It's on the other side of the screen. And the count 0-1. Richie Allen standing at first. Nobody out in the second inning. No score. Don Gullett, 20-year-old, a remarkable athlete. Gullett is from nearby Lynn, Kentucky. He's an even 6, 210-pounder. Looks at first, comes to the plate, and it's swung on and missed strike 2. And Parker cheated, didn't get much of a swing at that one. Gullett was only 20 in January. Barring injury, if he just has normal development, he has to become one of the big stars in the league. Gullett at the belt. And comes back to Parker and bounces one. Allen holding at first base. Gullett had 1 year in Class A ball at Sioux Falls. He was 7-2. And after that, he's been in the big league. Last year and this, ever since Maloney was injured, he got a starting role. And he's been something, 9-3. Fastball foul back in the count 1-2. Of course, he had tremendous numbers in high school. He pitched a perfect game in prep school, striking out 20 of the 21 batters. He struck out 120 batters in 52 innings. In football, he scored 72 points in a game, in one game, and 47 points in basketball. Parker pops one up on the right side. Tommy Helms hollering, I got it, and you can hear him way up here as he makes the catch. So Richie Allen holding it first. Parker pops up, one away.
Number 2, the right fielder.
So Gullett, quite a kid when he came out of high school, and he's become quite a kid in the big leagues. One away, and Bobby Valentine the batter. So Valentine, who hasn't had a chance to play too much of late, Bobby Darwin was playing right field. Now Valentine gets in and draws a rough customer at the twilight time. Valentine hitting .243, looks at Gullett's fastball and it's high. Ball 1, 1-0. Richie Allen at first base. He's stolen 6 out of 7 attempts. No scores. Second inning, just the start of the evening. One away. Gullett another look at Rich. Now the pitch to Valentine outside. Ball 2, 2-0. Ferguson Jenkins won his 15th today. Doc Ellis is 15-3. He'll pitch against the Giants in that series. Gullett, who is 9-3, is no longer listed in the leaders as far as most victories in the league, but he's right up there in percentage. Foul ball hit down the right field line, out of play. 2-1 to count to Bobby Valentine. Richie Allen at first, 1 out in the second, no score. The Dodgers with 2 11-game winners in Downing and Osteen, and they're trying to get Sutton his 10th, and Don has pitched well enough to have 111 by now. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Valentine. Fastball in the dirt, a bluff by Bench sends Allen racing back to the bag. 3-1 to Bobby, who now has a look at Danny Ozark. On deck, Joe Ferguson. Gullett reading Johnny Bench. The outfield about straight away. Gullett a look at Allen. He does not go. The fastball is hit rolling to first baseman May, who picks it up and goes to second for 1. Back to first, double play. Valentine is appealing that May was off the bag, but the first base umpire Dave Davidson said no. And Bobby is kicking dirt. He better watch out. He'll get kicked out of the ballgame. And Gilliam now gets between Valentine and Davidson and chases him away. Valentine cued the ball off the end of the bat, hits into a double play, and is kept out of being thrown out of the game by Jim Gilliam. No runs, a hit, nobody left. At the end of an inning and a half, no score. Bottom of the second inning, no score. Tony Perez, Johnny Bench, and George Foster in that order. Tony Perez is red hot. His average 256, but he's done a lot of hitting to get that high. He's 11 for his last 31. That would be 355. His last 9 games, 12 RBIs, 4 home runs. He had 3 RBIs last night. Perez swings, doesn't get the first one, 0-1. When we saw Tony Perez, he wasn't hitting at all. He didn't even look like Tony Perez. He had a bad hand, an injured hand that he had hurt in spring training, and the Reds try to keep it quiet. But it's pretty hard to keep it a secret watching Tony swing in those days. He hits a fastball into left field for a base hit. So Perez is back to normal again, and of course the picture brightens considerably for Cincinnati, and the batter will be Johnny Bench. Johnny Bench is another fellow who can tell you about the other side of good fortune. Bench won everything in sight last year. This year he's hitting .244. Bench hit .293 last year. Sutton's curveball is low and away, ball 1. John has 18 home runs and 37 runs batted in. Last year he had 45 home runs and 148 runs batted in. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Fast one swung on and missed, 1-1. Bench swinging hard, staggered out in front of the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Alex Grammas coaching at third base for the Reds. George Scherger coaching at first. 1-1 the count. Sutton looks over at Perez, changes on Bench, and throws it in the dirt. Ball 2. 2-1. Riverfront Stadium. The Dodgers have gone from Three Rivers Stadium to the Riverfront here in Cincinnati. And then next stop will be home. Dodgers fly home Thursday night and open up Friday night against the Atlanta Braves. And remember the weekend, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon, and Saturday night the Hollywood Stars game. All the big names going against the sportscasters. Bench pops it up. And let's see who'll call. It'll be Bill Russell, losing his cap in the process, getting underneath it now, and makes the catch for the out. 1 away. The pitchers for that Saturday night game, it'll be fun just to see them in uniform. Don Drysdale and Don Newcomb. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
More baseball action on KFI Los Angeles coming up. First, though, this word from Dave Garraway on Who's On from 4 to 7 now each afternoon except Sunday. The word is peace.
George Foster probably bangs the first pitch into left field for a base hit. So 2 on with 1 out. Foster didn't waste any time. And coming up now will be Tommy Helms, who is having a fine year. Tommy hitting .269. Helms took a long time to get going last year and wound up hitting only .237. Two on, 1 out. Second inning, no score. Don Sutton and Don Gullett tonight. Doyle Alexander and Gary Nolan tomorrow. Jim McLaughlin and Al Downing on Thursday. Woody Woodward on deck. Helms right hand hitting second baseman. Sutton looks, works the plate. Fastball hit to Wills. He goes to Russell. He's back to Parker. Double play on a great stretch and snare by Parker of what would have been a wild throw. Russell, tied up by George Foster, just did get the ball away and almost threw it away. No runs, 2 hits, a man left. And at the end of 2, no score. 2 innings are in the books. The Dodgers no runs, 1 hit, a single by Richie Allen. The Reds no runs, 2 hits, singles by Perez and Foster. The Dodgers came up with a double play ball on Tommy Helms, just as the Reds came up with 1 against Bobby Valentine. So Gullett and Sutton are scoreless as we go to the third. Don't forget now, the homestand starts Friday night with Atlanta. Then the Pirates are in during the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, followed by the same Cincinnati Reds for the closing weekend. Great homestand. We sure hope you make your plans to be with us. Let's go to the third on a sparkling night in Cincinnati. No score, and for more play-by-play, here's Jerry Doggett.
All right, Vinny. Ferguson, Russell, and Sutton now due up against Gullett, who has allowed 1 hit, a single by Allen. The Reds have 2 hits, and we have no score. Joe Ferguson, 1 home run. That was a big one that came against Luke Walker to spoil the no-hitter on Sunday. Joe hitting .227 with 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. Now the left-hander Gullett into the windup, and the fastball comes in low. 1 ball and no strikes. Russell out on deck. Next pitch on the way. Fastball is inside, and it is ball 2. Two balls and no strikes. Now the pitch on the way. A swing and a miss on a fastball. Two and one the count. Ferguson waiting again. Big, strong right-hand batter. Now Gullett delivers, and a swing and a high pop fly foul on the third baseline. Down the line comes Tony Perez under it now and makes the catch for the out. So Ferguson out on a foul ball to the third baseman Tony Perez. One away, and Bill Russell coming up. Look for the special Schlitz 16-ounce bottle display most everywhere. Russell had 3 hits in the ball game at Pittsburgh last night. The Bills' batting average is at .230. He had 3 singles in his last 3 times up. Now the pitch, swung and missed, strike 1. Russell scored 3 runs in the game. The Dodgers winning it by a score of 10-4. Now the 0-1 pitch to Bill comes high for a ball, and the count is 1-1. One ball and 1 strike. There's a foul off to the left in the stands. And the count goes to 1-2. A report out of Pittsburgh. The Pirates started Steve Blass, who was hit on the knee by a line drive and had to come out in the first inning of the game. And the Giants scored a run. Perry for the Giants, and Veal now pitching for the Pirates in the second inning. 1-0 Giants lead. There's a drive into right field. Coming up for it is Rose, and makes the catch for the out. The Russell string is snapped on a line drive to right field, handled by Pete Rose.
Number 20, the pitcher, Don.
That brings to bat Don Sutton. So that report, our first report out of Pittsburgh, Perry against now Bob Veal, as Blass had to go out of the ball game, hit in the knee by a line drive. Here's Don Sutton at bat. Don has a .213 batting average. He has 10 hits and 3 runs batted in. There are 2 outs in the top of the third inning. Now the pitch on the way to Don. A bouncing ball to the right side. Lee May makes a great backhand play. Throws to Gullett in time, and Sutton is out. Boy, May made a super play on that one, going way wide of the bag towards second base. To come up, and he stopped and waited for Gullett and hit him right with a good throw, and the side retired. 3 up and 3 down. The score at the end of 2.5 innings of play. Dodgers nothing and the Reds nothing.
Number 6, the shortstop, Woody Woodward.
Now we go along into the last of the third inning with Woodward, Gullett, and Rose coming on. Woody Woodward batting .236 with 10 runs batted in and no home runs. Other scores this afternoon: Chicago beat New York 4-2. Jenkins the winner all the way, 15-8 now. Gentry the loser, and the Mets have lost 15 of 18, and the Cubs have won 10 out of 14. Here's a fastball in high, 1 ball and no strikes. They had nearly 38,000 in Chicago today for the day game, and they have passed the million mark in Chicago. Night game schedule: San Diego at Atlanta. There's a swing and a foul down the left field line, out of play by Woody Woodward. Montreal is at Houston, and Philadelphia at St. Louis. The American League schedule: Milwaukee at Washington, Minnesota at New York, Chicago at Boston, Baltimore at Kansas City, Cleveland at Oakland, and Detroit will be at California. No reports yet out of the American League. Woodward takes a strike on a fastball. 1-2 to Woody. Woody Woodward playing shortstop, batting 8th. Don Gullett on deck. We're in the last half of the third inning. Now the look, and Woodward backs out. He got a little dirt in his eye. Here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, the Reds occupy the first base dugout. The ballpark opened last year just in time to have the All-Star game played here. It was not quite completed at that time. and they are still putting some finishing touches on it. The area in center field where the stadium club will be located has not been completed yet. This one's high and tight, and Woodward goes down under a high, hard fastball. His bat hit the ground. Ferguson picks that one up. The ball comes down, and Sutton comes down halfway as if to say, I'm sorry, he didn't mean to throw at him. Allen slipped a high, hard fastball, and Woody had to get out under that one. 2-2 the count. All right, Woodward back in there. Don checks signs again. Here's his windup now, and his pitch on the way. Curveball, fly ball down the right field line. Going off in the corner, it'll go out of play down in the stand. Sutton lost his last start to the Braves 3-1, and his last win was July the 5th over the Giants. So he's gone 15 days without a victory. And he's pitched well the last couple of times out. Strike 3 called. A good curveball, and Woody Woodward is called out on strikes. So Woodward goes down. One away. Strikeout number 1 for Don Sutton. Here's the pitcher, Don Gullett, and he's a pretty good hitter. Gullett this year has 4 hits in 39 trips at bat and 2 runs batted in. Gullett, a right-hander with the bat, a left-hander when he's on the mound pitching. 1 away. All right, Sutton rubs off a sign from Ferguson, ready to go to work with it. Ferguson catching all the time now against the left-hand pitching, and the Dodgers are seeing a lot of left-handers. Curve strike, 0-1. On deck, Pete Rose. No score. The Reds have had 2 hits. The Dodgers have had 1. First game of the 3-game series here in Cincinnati. There's a chopper hit out in front of the plate. Allen's coming fast for it and has no chance. Gullett can run. He beats that one out easily. But Don Gullett, who is often used as a pinch runner, legs out a hit toward third. Allen did not even bother to throw because Gullett was down that line in a hurry. Boy, that young man can really do a lot of things. He runs, he can pitch, he swings the bat okay. He was, of course, a high school basketball and football star. And at 20 years old, he's in his 2nd full year in the big leagues. All right, Gullett at first. Pete Rose, the batter, flied to left field his first time up. An infield roller for a base hit for Gullett. The 3rd hit allowed by Sutton. Don had a lot of numbers in his last game in Atlanta. Balls bouncing by people. Here's the fastball for a strike, 0-1. On 1 count to Rose. The Dodgers again played the infield double play depth with Rose up there. He has good speed, though. Tough to double up. Fastball is away, and the count 1-1. The Dodgers 3 more out on the road, then come home for a big weekend with Atlanta, followed by Pittsburgh and then Cincinnati. New ball put to play. 1 ball and 1 strike to Rose, the leadoff man. Pete batting .307. He has 7 home runs and 21 runs batted in. The Reds have a team batting average of .240. That's considerably below what they had last year when they were dubbed the Big Red Machine. The Dodgers, by the way, have a .270 batting average at the moment. Here's the pitch. Bounced up the first baseline. It'll be foul ball. Parker plays it, gives it back to Sutton, and the count 1-2 to Rose. The Reds pitching is okay, but their hitting is considerably off from last year. The Reds' team earned run average is .340. They have allowed the opposition a combined batting average of .243, which is very good. Rose takes low, ball 2, 2-2. The Dodgers have allowed the opponents a combined average of .254, but the earned run average is better, .331, which means the Dodgers' defense has given up more runs, but the pitching by the Dodgers has been a little better. There's a bouncing ball toward short. Wills goes to Russell, 1, back to first. Too late. Rose, who runs well, had the extra step going from the left side, and he is able to avoid the double play. So the force out, Wills to Russell for the out there on Gullett. And that'll bring up Bernie Carbo, who flied to center field his first time up. So Rose is the runner at first base now with 2 down. Carbo hitting .224, has 3 homers and 15 runs batted in. Carbo, left-hand hitter, takes a curveball low and inside, ball 1. Carbo last year with the Reds hit .310 in 125 ball games, so he's off to a slower start this year. Swings and nubs one out toward the mound. Sutton comes down for it, makes his play in time, and the inning is over. So Carbo, a little roller back to Sutton, and the Reds are gone in the third. No runs, a hit, 1 left on, and the score at the end of 3 innings of play, Dodgers nothing and the Reds nothing. Hollywood Stars Night Saturday, also Ladies Night at Dodger Stadium. Ladies admitted for 50 cents, and that has to be one of the big bargains of the year. So come on out early, ladies. Make it a family night at Dodger Stadium as the Hollywood Stars game Saturday night. For mom and sis, the cost of admission only 50 cents. And the Braves will be in town. And, of course, all the Hollywood Stars, their game will start at 6:30. The regular game will start at 7:30. So the Dodgers get back home Friday playing the Braves, then have the big activities on Saturday, and then the concluding game on Sunday with Atlanta. Pittsburgh in on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and you sure ought to come out and see the Pirates. They have a tremendous ball club. And then the Reds, who are really playing much better now, will be in to conclude that homestand. All right, we go along to the 4th inning. More play. Here's Vin.
All right, Jerry. For the Dodgers, Maury Wills has started off. He'll be followed by Manny Mota and then Willie Davis. And the Dodgers up to their hips against Don Gullett, and the Reds at the same time having not much luck with Don Sutton. So into the 4th, no score. Wills struck out in the first inning, fouled off 2, and then looked at a 3rd strike. So he checks in now for the 2nd time. Tony Perez plays him up inside the bag at 3rd. The first pitch to Wills, low, ball 1, 1-0. A beautiful evening in Cincinnati. Wow, have we been lucky. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Wills fouls it back out of play, and the count 1-1. So many years you come to Cincinnati at this time of the year, and the humidity is so very high along the banks of the Ohio Valley, along the river. But boy, it is magnificent here today. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Wills lifts it into left field and pretty deep. Carbo going back along with his center fielder, but it'll be Carbo handling the catch. George Foster backing up on him. Say, you know, your home team deserves the best. Fine pork products from Farmer John's. So look for them in the meat department and the delicatessen section of your market. 1 away in the batter, Manny Mota. Mota has been hitting a very quiet .289. In fact, he's been hitting a quiet .300. Manny has not been involved in many plays this year. He has 18 RBIs. Takes high, ball 1. 1-0 to Manny. Don Gullett has allowed 1 hit through 3 innings, and the Dodgers know all about that. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Mota. Fastball low, ball 2, 2-0. Gary Nolan tomorrow night, Jim McLaughlin on Thursday night. The Dodgers will counter with Doyle Alexander tomorrow, and then Al Downing will go out Thursday, and the Dodgers will then go home and open up with the Braves Friday evening. The 2-0 pitch to Mota, a 1-hopper at Tommy Helms, who comes up with it and throws him out. 2 down, and Willie Davis the batter. Interesting thing about playing on AstroTurf, and especially here in Cincinnati where they have cutouts. In other words, there's only a little bit of dirt around the base paths. The infielders here get so accustomed to handling ground balls on pure, true hops that Sparky Anderson says they are actually shy when you get them out on the natural terrain. Of course, they're running out of ballparks like that. Davis takes low, ball 1. But, boy, I could imagine if you played 81 games here and then you played in Atlanta, you would think you're back in the minor leagues. And that's no knock on the ballpark in Atlanta. It's just a statement of fact. Their field is in terrible shape. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Davis. Line to left center. Base hit. Foster over to cut it off. Backhands and gets it quickly back into Woody Woodward.
Number 15.
Especially, I guess, if you're a third baseman. At third, you can only pray that you get all true hops because the ball comes so quickly. And you get him here. Richie Allen is 1 for 1. He singled to left field in the second inning. Rich hitting about 286, which would be his highest average as a Dodger. 15 home runs, 59 runs batted in. With 2 out, Davis takes his lead, and Gullett just looks at him. The left-hander's fastball is low, ball 1. And Gullett had intimidated Davis that time. He was making his pitch to the plate, and Willie was scurrying back to the bag. 1-0. Don Gullett, another look at Willie Davis. Just stares at him, comes back to Allen, and it's fouled away off to the left upstairs. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 1 to Richie Allen. Lee May holding the bag on Willie Davis. Willie leaning towards second, but retreats. Gullett's fastball is fouled back. Boy, he's not trying to be cute. He just challenged Richie Allen. Let her high fastball in the count 1-2. Gullett struck out Wills and Davis in the first inning. Don Sutton has equaled him in strikeouts, each with 2. 1-2 the count to Richie with Wes Parker on deck. No score, 4th inning. Gullett at the bell to look at Davis. Here he comes to Allen and gets him on the outside corner, knee high, strike 3 called. Great pitch. He'd been pitching him up and in, and he hit the edge at the knees, and down he goes. No runs, a hit, a man left, and at the end of 3.5 innings, no score. Bottom of the 4th inning, no score in the ballgame. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. No runs, 3 hits for the Reds. Lee May, Tony Perez, and Johnny Bench in that order. Lee May struck out in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Big right-hand hitting first baseman. The May waiting. Sutton checks with Joe Ferguson, and here we go into the 4th. Don ready and delivers. Breaking ball is fouled back, 0-1. Wedges right into the auxiliary scoreboard. Oh, and 1, the count to Lee May. May waiting, the crowd captivated by that foul ball that stuck right in the scoreboard. Strike 1 pitch. Breaking ball grounded to third. Tricky hopper. Richie Allen stays with it and throws him out. That ball started to hook and then suddenly spun the other way.
Third baseman Tony Perez.
1 down, and the batter Tony Perez. Perez single to left in the second inning. He's 1 for 1. Perez a hot hitter. Sutton checking Ferguson. Now Don ready. Fastball foul back to the wire. 0-1. No score, bottom of the 4th. No runs, 3 hits for Cincinnati. All singles by Perez, Foster, and then Gullett had a number. The Dodgers, no runs, 2 hits. Singles by Allen and Davis. Next one is pop foul off to the right of the plate and back into the crowd. And the count 0-2. Beautiful ballpark, Riverfront Stadium, 330 down the lines, 375 to left center and right center, 404 to center. So it is smaller than Three Rivers Stadium by 10 feet almost all around. The strike 2 pitch is a high pop fly up in that light blue. Wills backs out, waiting for it to come down, still waiting, and makes the catch. We remember it was 340 down the lines at Three Rivers, 385 up the alleys, and 410 to center. So this ballpark is a little bit smaller than the one in Pittsburgh. Here's Johnny Bench. Bench popped up in the second inning, 0 for 1. Ferguson in a crouch behind the plate. Don Sutton, who's been pitching so well and has come away empty-handed his last 2 times, changes up, and it's foul back, 0-1. I guess the most memorable change we've seen in a long time was the 3-2 pitch that Pete Mickelson threw to Johnny Bench here back in April. The runners were going, and the Game was on the line, and Mickelson threw a palm ball, and Bench went around and around again. And the Dodgers walked off the field winners. What a pitch that was. Strike one pitch. Another change with a little hook at the end of it, but it's low and away. 1-1. Sutton doesn't usually throw that pitch. George Forster, the ex-Giant, in the on-deck circle. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Hard curve for a strike. Bench tried to hold up and couldn't do it, and the count 1-2. Forster came to Cincinnati in the deal that sent Frank Duffy, young infielder, to San Francisco. One and two, the count to Johnny Bench. 2 down, 4th inning, no score. Sutton delivers, fastball, foul back. He's going after these home run hitters with that fastball of his. He's right up and in on them. It's just where he was pitching Lee May. 1-2 to Johnny Bench. Dodgers winners of 5 out of 7 from the Reds. Don checking. Bench waiting. Now the 1-2 pitch coming up. Sutton delivers. Hard breaking ball low and away. 2-2. Steiner looks down at Dave Davidson, who shook his head no. Stan Landis on the line at third. Shag Crawford, the second base umpire. 2-2 pitch coming up. Change. Whack to left field. Goodbye. He threw Johnny Bench 3 off-speed pitches. He threw him a straight change, and Bench fouled it back. Then he threw him a change curve that was taken. And then 2-2, he came back with the straight change, and Bench hit it way upstairs in left field for his 19th home run. Reds lead 1-0. The batter is George Foster. He takes a breaking ball for a strike. Don Sutton had allowed a home run to Dick Dietz back in May. I don't think he's allowed a home run since until just now. The pitch fouled away by Foster. 0-2. The last home run that I can remember Sutton allowing, Dick Dietz hit it on the, I forget what day it was in May. It doesn't seem like he's been bothered by the home run ball at all ever since. The strike 2 pitch to Foster is swung on and fouled away. For Sutton, that is the 7th home run he has allowed, and where he normally leads, well, to put it in the proper perspective, he has now allowed 7. Osteen has allowed 17. So it's been a long time. I'd say 2 months since he allowed a home run ball. And what nags him, he got a high changeup, and Bench drove a nail through it. So 1-0 Cincinnati. Here's the pitch to Foster. Don into the windup, comes back to the right-hand hitter with a fastball outside. One and two. Sutton ready, and the 1-2 fastball is high and inside. Ball 2. 2-2. So Johnny Bench has hit his 19th home run on a straight change, and the Reds lead 1-0. Sutton reading Ferguson. Down to the windup, and the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball got him looking. Good curveball to end it. However, he can't get the change back. 1 run, 1 hit. And at the end of 4, Reds 1, Dodgers 0. Through 4 innings, the Reds a run, 4 hits, no errors. Dodgers no runs, 2 hits, no errors. Don Gullett surrendering a leadoff single to Allen in the 2nd inning and a 2-out single to Davis in the 4th.
Number 28, the first baseman,
Wes Parker, Bobby Valentine, and Joe Ferguson in that order here in the 5th inning. Gullett's earned run average is 2.7. He makes his first pitch, and it's popped in the air back of the plate. Johnny Bench takes a look to see how much room he has, throws the mask away, and makes the catch.
Number 2, the right fielder, Bobby Valentine.
One away, and the batter, Bobby Valentine. Don Gullett has 2 complete games. They are both shutouts. A third game where he needed help twice, they were shutouts. So he's been involved in 4 shutouts. Clay Carroll has had to help him twice. The Dodgers are struggling against him right now. One away. Bobby Valentine, trying to get out in front of a fastball, got too far out in front and cued it into a double play. Started by Lee May, takes a half swing now and hits it to Helms, who throws him out. So Bobby has not had a good swing yet. Say, you know, when your telephone rings, it's a good idea to try and answer it as promptly as possible. It's thoughtful, it's courteous, and it's a good way to make sure that your caller doesn't hang up. Two down, and Joe Ferguson the batter. So Valentine on 2 half swings, 2 out. Ferguson fouled out in the 3rd inning. The Dodgers really have their hands full against Gullett. 1 run is not just 1 when Gullett is throwing strikes, and that's what he's doing tonight. Left-handed delivers, fastball for a strike, 0-1. Strike 1 pitch to Ferguson. Off-speed pitch away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Don Gullett and Johnny Bench, the battery for the Reds. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ferguson. Ground ball sharply to Woodward's left. Woody gobbles it up and throws him out. So Gullett getting good defensive play when he needs it, which is only twice so far. He got a double play ball and now that one. And at the end of 4 1/2, Reds 1, Dodgers nothing. As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning with the Reds leading 1-0, a run, 4 hits, and no errors for Cincinnati. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. It'll be Don Sutton working now against Tommy Helms, Woody Woodward, and Don Gullett in that order. Sutton, before he goes to work, asks for time and goes over to talk to Richie Allen for the moment. It reminds us of something Sparky Anderson told us before the ball game. He said the other day he was sitting back in the dugout watching the ball game, and he said Helms tried to bunt. And Sparky said, I almost fell off the bench. He said, in a 1.5 years of looking at the Reds day after day, I have never seen Helms even try to bunt once. Fastball outside, ball 1. He said, I was so shocked that Tommy tried to bunt, I thought maybe he had misread a sign. Can you imagine? Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Tommy. Swung on and fouled away. 1-1. Brings to mind when you see Sutton go over and talk to the third baseman, you figure he might be saying stay alive for the bunt. And here's a fellow who has tried to bunt once on 1 pitch in over a 1.5 years. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. Slipped high, tried to bend a curveball, but didn't have a good grip. 2-1 the count. Helms hit into a double play in the 2nd inning, started by Wills. Tommy 0 for 1 from Charleston, North Carolina. 2-1 pitch. Tommy swings, fouls it back out of play, and the count 2-2. Oh, what a night in Cincinnati. I guess you enjoy this kind of weather in Cincinnati in direct ratio or proportion to how many days you have fried on the griddle here. Sutton into the windup, and the 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball lifted to left field. Mota has a play. Manny trots in and over to his right a little bit. Under it now and makes the catch. 1 away.
Number 6.
Woody Woodward struck out in the 3rd inning. 0 for 1. Right-hand hitting shortstop had to go down in a hurry on a pitch that got away. He's hitting .236. Flash on the message board. Flash from Pittsburgh. Ken Henderson's 2-run home run in the 2nd inning has given the Giants an early 3-1 lead over the Pirates. And that would be against Bob Veal. The Dodgers got a tough break when they read about the Pirate misfortune. There's a drive to right field that Valentine will handle. Bobby gloves it for the 2nd out. Steve Blass, who is certainly one of the top pitchers, if not the best, for the Pirates, was apparently struck on the knee by a line drive and unable to continue. Bob Beal, who has not pitched that well, ERA of over 5, if I remember the numbers last night. Beal was brought in to pitch, and the Giants are leading 3-1. Here's Woody Woodward, who just made out for the second out, so pitcher Don Gullett follows now, and right-hand batter. Sutton's fastball is outside, ball 1. 1-0. 2 down, 5th inning. Reds 1, Dodgers nothing. The difference, Johnny Bench, home run upstairs to left field. His 19th of the year. The 1-0 fastball is fouled away off to the right out of play. That goes well back into the crowd, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Ferguson wigwags a couple of signs out. Sutton picks off the one that he wants, and the 1-1 breaking ball is swung on and missed. Good curve. 1-2. Dodgers have Sutton and Ferguson. An infield of Parker and Russell, Wills and Allen. An outfield of Mota, Davis and Valentine. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Curveball fouled off. The Dodgers, of course, having troubles against left-handers, and particularly having trouble since they have some youngsters at the bottom part of the lineup, and Gullett has been able to handle them. You have Valentine, Ferguson, Russell, and Sutton, the pitcher. Sutton reading Fergie, and Gullett waiting. Don into his windup, and the 1-2 pitch to his opposite number is swung on and missed, strike 3. So Gullett strikes out. Down go the Reds in the 5th, and at the end of 5, Cincinnati 1 and the Dodgers nothing. Through 5 innings, the Reds continue to hold on to a 1-0 lead, furnished by Johnny Bench's 19th home run of the year. Johnny hitting a 2-out changeup with a 2-2 count, and he stuffed it upstairs in left field. And that's the difference. Don Sutton and Don Gullett thoroughly in command. Gullett now will be pitching to Bill Russell, Don Sutton, and Maury Wills. Russell hitting right-handed, fly to right field, his only trip. He takes a look at a pitch at his feet. Ball 1, 1-0. Jimmy LeFever's about ready to play again. But after Russell had 3 hits last night, Olson decided to let Bill have his head and play again tonight. He goes after a high fastball and doesn't get it, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1. Gullett ready, and the off-speed pitch fouled away. 1-2. Russ waiting, Gullett looking to Johnny Bench. Outfield about straight away on Billy. Now the 1-2 pitch. Gullett serves a high fastball. That brought Bench up out of a crouch in a hurry. 2-2. Tomorrow night, Doyle Alexander and Gary Nolan with Jim McLaughlin and Al Downing on Thursday. But, boy, we got a pitching duel tonight. 2-2, fastball is low, ball 3, 3-2. The Dodgers came in with a team batting average of 270. The Reds only 240. The pitch to Russell hit right between the legs of Gullett and on through into center field. So Bill singles, and that will bring up Don Sutton. The Reds have played 97 games, and they scored 326 runs. The Dodgers have played 96 games and have scored 409, so there's quite a difference. Say, don't forget, you can stop at any participating Union Oil dealer in the Los Angeles area and get a coupon worth 50 cents off on a Universal Studio tour. Here's Sutton, and the Reds think he's bunting, although usually they have fellas swinging away, but not now. He's bunting for a hit and bunts foul. Don was on the move as opposed to just trying to get the ball down. 0-1 to count. So Bill Russell at first base. The Dodgers with 3 hits now. Willie Davis, Richie Allen, and Bill Russell all singles. Gullett looks over at Russ. Now works Sutton, who's bunting, and pushes a bunt down to May. Lee's only plays to first base. So the sacrifice is in the books. Potential tying run at second base with Wills and Mota trying to pick him up. Maury Wills struck out and flied to left. He's 0 for 2. And Johnny Bench goes out to the mound to talk to Don Gullett. Both pitchers would appear to be extra strong tonight on a beautiful evening, and they both have good control and good stuff, and so it's 1-0 Reds in the 6th inning with 1 out. Johnny Bench home run is the difference. All right, Wills checks in at the plate. Maury's had a very tough time hitting right-handed. He is 110 points poorer from this side of the plate. He's hitting only .219. Gullett ready and delivers, and the fastball is low. Ball 1, 1-0. One ball, no strikes to Maury Wills. Russell, pretty good lead at second base. 1 out in the 6th, 1-0 Reds. Gullett a look back at second. Now the pitch to Wills, and I bounce it back to Gullett. He bluffs Russell on his hands and knees. Throws to first for the out. May came off the bag and then went back. Russell went back hands and knees on the bluff by Gullett. So 2 down. And the batter, Manny Mota. Wills is just not the same hitter at all, right-handed. It's one of the reasons we don't want to put the body at Maury's door alone, but it is one of the big reasons why the Dodgers are struggling so much against left-handers. Their spearhead has been blunted. So Maury's 0 for 3. Russell still at second base, and the batter is Manny Mota. Mota 0 for 2. Grounded to short, grounded to second. Gullett ready, delivers. Fastball is rammed to right center, base hit. Foster plays it on a hop, but Russell scores easily, and it's all even at 1-1. So Manny Mota, line drive, base hit to pick up his 19th run batted in, and that'll bring up Willie Davis with 2 out. Willie Davis struck out and singled. He's 1 for 2. Don Gullett a look at Mota. Now Don to the plate, and it's a high pop foul, twisting off third base, and Perez has a play. Goes right through the coaching box and makes the catch. The Dodgers put together 2 base hits and a good bunt for a run. Leave a man, and at the end of 5.5, Dodgers 1, Reds 1.
Number 14, the right fielder, Pete.
First game of the 3-game series, remember. Doyle Alexander and Gary Nolan tomorrow night. Jim McLaughlin, Al Downing Thursday night, and the Dodgers home with Atlanta Friday night at Dodger Stadium. Saturday night, the Hollywood Stars game. Prior to the Dodgers-Braves game, the Stars game against the Sportscasters will begin at 6:30. Pete Rose is 0 for 2 and fouls it back, 0-1. Don Newcomb and Don Drysdale will be the opposing pitchers, and I'm sure there'll be a few gags on the field. We certainly hope you make your plans to be out there and enjoy the fun. Dick Martin is planning to play as long as he doesn't have to throw. We're not quite sure where we're going to put him. He doesn't want to throw. He's afraid he'd hurt his arm. Strike 1 pitch. Rose takes on the outside corner for a strike, 0-2. Dean Martin, of course, will be at shortstop, wearing a DeRocher uniform and Will spikes. Here's the strike 2 pitch coming up to Pistol Pete. Sutton's fastball spun him around. Ball 1. 1-2. Rose having a good year, hitting .307, 7 home runs, 21 runs batted in. He has 112 base hits, on his way to another 200-hit season. The 1-2 pitch to Pete Rose. Breaking ball that stayed up. 2-2. Rose has had 200 hits 3 consecutive years and 5 times in 6 years. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Pete. Fouled away. The only year when he missed In 1967, he had 176 hits. But since 65, he learned how. 209 hits, 205 hits, 210 hits, 218 hits, and 205 hits. What a player. 2-2 pitch, fastball hit to the right of the mound. Sutton has it, juggles on the run, feeds Parker one away.
Number 25, the left fielder, Bernie Carbo.
The batter, Bernie Carbo, flied to center and hit back to the box. Carbo 0 for 2. Kiddo had a great freshman year, eating some humble pie so far in 1971. Left-hand batter, Lee May on deck. Say, don't forget to look for the special Slit 16-ounce bottle display most everywhere. Don Sutton into the windup, works the left-hand hitter, change, and he got it over for a strike. 0-1. Richie Allen wide and up even with the bag. In fact, a step or so inside. Sutton comes back, strike one to Carbo. Bernie has a look, and he's going to pay another strike at the counter, and the count 0-2. Each side, a run, 4 hits, and no errors. Fine ball game. Ferguson, on those young legs, stays in a crouch behind the plate. He didn't wander around much. 0-2 to Bernie Carbo. Sutton into the windup. Don ready in the strike 2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. And he really pulled the trigger on that. That's 5 strikeouts for Don. 2 out in the 6th inning, and Lee May the batter. Sutton struck him out in the 1st inning. May grounded to Richie Allen in the 4th. 0 for 2. Don reading Ferguson, now ready to deliver, and May fouls it away. You know, in softball, you have a short fielder in center field. That's almost where Bill Russell is. He's not a second baseman. He doesn't have anything to do the area between first and second. He is a short fielder. He's playing a shallow center. 0-1 to count to May. Sutton ready, and Don strike 1 pitch. Curveball swung on and missed, strike 2. Big bender as opposed to that hard curve he's been throwing a lot. Boy, he's turned out to be quite a pitcher. I would say that Al Downing has the best record, but Don Sutton has the best stuff. Wow, he is really something. 0-2. Don into the windup, and the strike 2 pitch on the way. Fastball just to show it to him. Ball 1. 1-2. May waiting, and the 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball blew him down. So down goes Carbo and May on that public enemy number 2, the Express. Half a dozen strikeouts for Sutton, and at the end of 6, Dodgers 1, Reds 1. We can duck in a couple of scores. The Cubs beat the Mets 4-2. San Diego and Atlanta scoreless through 4, Roberts and Reed. The Giants leading Pittsburgh 4-1 in the 4th. Perry against Blass, who was hurt. In fact, the Giants have been a little lucky. In Atlanta last night, they got Steve Barber. And then tonight, Blass is hurt and they get Veal. So if you are a Giant, you figure that the signs are good for you now. Montreal at Houston just getting underway. Philadelphia, St. Louis in the report. Washington 3, Milwaukee 1 at the end of 3. New York 1, Minnesota nothing at the end of 2. Boston 1, Chicago nothing at the end of 3. Let's go to the 7th. 1-1 in Cincinnati. And for more play, here's Jerry.
All right, Vinny, and Richie Allen, the batter, has singled and struck out in 2 trips. Then Parker and Valentine trying to get to Gullett. The windup and the pitch by Don, a swing at a ball that knocks his glove off. Gullett goes after it, throws to first base in time. A great, courageous play by Gullett. Boy, he was lucky to still be out there. That ball came back so fast it knocked his glove off. The glove went flying in front of the mound. The ball raced over toward third base. He came off the mound without his glove, picked up the ball and threw Allen out, and boy, he is lucky he did not get hurt. Last night we saw Claude Osteen almost get nailed on a line drive by Kleins, and tonight, boy, Allen really undressed Gullett, but he stayed right with it, and we'll see what kind of an effect that has on Gullett. He takes a deep side now. Boy, he could really have been hurt on that one. That one came right back at him. Here's the pitch to Parker, a curveball that's low, ball one. So Allen is out 1-3, but boy, it's a lot different than that. He really smashed that ball back at Gullett. Gullett now shaking his right hand. His glove had dirt in it as it was laying on the dirt mound after it came flying off of there when that baseball hit it. Here's the pitch on the way to Parker, a swing and a foul straight back. Boy, that has to shake you up. We were talking with Claude Osteen on the pregame show tonight about it, and he said it took him almost an inning and a half to get over it. We'll see how it affects Gullett. But boy, there was one right back at your face. He put the glove up and protected himself. There's a swing and a pop-up into shallow center field. Helms goes out, turns now, and makes the catch for the out. So Parker pops up, 2 down, and the batter will be Bobby Valentine. So Gullett gets the out immediately following that near miss, and Valentine, the batter, has grounded out twice, once into a double play. Bobby hitting .243. The Dodgers run in the 6th inning. Russell singled, was moved over by Sutton, and Mota singled him home. Home run by Bench got the Reds a run in the 4th inning. Here's Gullett to the windup, the pitch to Valentine. A swing and a fly ball to center field. Right in his tracks is Foster, makes the catch, and that's an easy inning, although it almost turned out to be a disastrous inning for Mr. Gullett. 3 up and 3 down, and the score at the end of 6.5 innings of play. Dodgers won, and the Reds have won.
Third baseman, Tony Perez.
We go to play in the last half of the 7th inning. This ball game really rolling along. We played about an hour and 25 minutes. The crowd standing for the 7th inning stretch. And here's Perez at bat. He has singled and popped up. Tony with 16 homers and 52 runs batted in. Don Sutton to the windup, and here's his pitch. Fastball is a strike. Don struck out Carbo and May to close out the 6th inning. The Dodgers opened up the 7th inning with a vicious line drive back to the mound by Allen, and boy, Gullett really battled to stay with that one and get Ritchie, and he stayed in there to get the next 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Perez. Curve is a little low, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sutton has struck out 6. Gullett has struck out 3. So quite a duel here tonight, all even at 1-1. Now the windup again, and the 1-1 pitch. Low with a fastball, 2-1. Johnny Bench is on deck. Perez hitting .256, slowly now bringing his batting average up. He was hurt at the start of the year. Took him a long time to get his hand well. Now he feels better. Here's the 2-1 pitch. A swing and a miss, strike 2. And Don took just a little off on the fastball that time. 2-2 is the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Here's the windup again, and the pitch on the way. Fastball popped up foul, out of play on the first base side. And the count, still a 2-2 count. That baseball bouncing around in the crowd down to our right. We have a nice crowd out tonight. 2-2. Sutton turns to check the count on the scoreboard, which is high up in the air here, right under the roof in direct center field. There's a foul back out of play. That one went right through the scoreboard behind home plate, the auxiliary scoreboard. We have 1 ball sticking in there, and that one went right through. They're going to have to really put some wire over that. They're going to ruin a good scoreboard here in a little while. Foul ball's coming right back up there. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Little high, ball 3, so a full count now to Perez, opening up the 7th inning. Johnny Bench on deck. Perez, Bench, and then Foster here in the 7th, and Sutton now out to a full count. Don checks into the windup, and here's his pitch. He walked him. It was high. Fastball too high. Perez draws a walk. So there's the first walk given up, and here's Johnny Bench coming up. He has popped up and hit a home run. Ferguson now out to talk to pitcher Don Sutton. Sutton has pitched well. Gullett has pitched well. It's a 1-1 ball game. Each side with 4 hits. Sutton in his last several outings has pitched well enough to win, but he has not gotten a decision in one game, and then he lost the last time out. So Don could easily have had his record to about 12 wins. He's pitched very well. But now he gives up a walk. He finds himself in another tough ball game. In Atlanta, he wound up losing by a 3-1 score. He lost to the Giants 3-1 in a start at home. Here's the look in the pitch. When he left the game in that game, though, he was behind 1-0. Pitches outside the bench, 1 ball and no strikes. Brewer now will go down to the bullpen and begin to throw. All right, Johnny Bench waiting. Perez on at first base. Now Sutton ready, delivers, and Bench takes a breaking ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Nice to have with us in the booth the ex-president of the National League, Warren Giles, longtime president, dropping by to visit. Mr. Giles still lives in Cincinnati. Crowd beginning to make noise now as Bench is up. The Dodgers have the infield double played up. With Perez on after a walk, and Sutton has gone behind 2-0. Here's the look in the pitch to Bench. Curve, strike, and it's 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. On deck, George Foster, and then Tommy Helms. The Reds scored on the home run by Bench in the 4th. The Dodgers evened it up on the singles in the 6th inning. So we're there now here in the 7th. 2-1 count. Here's the pitch on the way to Bench. Strike 2, hit the outside corner fastball. And it's a 2-2 count. Bench's average is down. He's at 244. He has 19 home runs and 38 runs batted in. Last year, of course, John hit well over 300. He's been hurt some this year. Still has a bad wrist. 2-2 count. Perez away from first base, short lead. Parker holds him on. Allen wills Russell Parker the infield. Now again, Sutton ready. The look and the pitch on the way. Popped up foul. That'll carry out of play behind the Reds dugout on the first base side. So the count stays 2-2 to Johnny Bench. This is the first of the 3-game series in Cincinnati. The Dodgers will be home Friday. They will play Atlanta Friday night. Saturday night will be the Hollywood Stars game, and then Sunday, the final game of the series with Atlanta. 1 on here in the 7th. Throw to first, and Perez gets back. Two and two. Bench waits. Here's the pitch on the way. Line drive. Base hit to left field. Moto over to bring it back in, and so the Reds now have 2 on with nobody out, and George Foster coming up. Bench pulled that ball and got it just by Allen into left field. That's his 2nd hit and the 5th hit allowed by Don Sutton. And here's Foster at bat. He has singled and struck out. Sutton a little upset now as Walter Alston comes out to the mound. He's perhaps going to talk a little strategy. Sutton has pitched well, but in this inning, he walked Perez to open the inning, and then Bench got a single to left field. And Alston now will talk with Sutton, also with Ferguson. Foster the batter, and Helms due next. Alston, Sutton, and Ferguson talking it over. Trying to come up with the right thing for Don Sutton. And you know, if you reach the wrong number when you're dialing a long-distance call, just call the operator and explain what happens. He'll see you're not charged for the call. Alston going back. Meeting is over. We'll see if the Reds play for the bunt now. Parker comes up. The bunt is on. Back toward the mound. Sutton up with it. Can't go to third. They play to first too late. Allen was not covering. And so Sutton had no play. Then when he finally went to first base, he was too late. Allen breaking in on the ball, and Sutton fielded it easily, and then he had no play at third as Allen was off the bag, and so Sutton then threw to first base, too late there. So they bunted, and Sutton had the perfect play. But Allen had come off the bag to field it also, and so there was no play at third. And we'll see how they score it as Foster beats it out. He gets a base hit. Base hit on the bunt, and the Reds have them loaded up here in the 7th inning. So a little mix-up there right after the meeting. The Dodgers called the meeting and then got set for the bunt. And that time, Sutton broke for the ball, had the play, but Allen had come off also, and there was no one covering. So by the time Sutton turned to go to first base, he was too late. Here's Tommy Helms at bat. Fly out, hit into a double play. The infield is up. The pitch to Helms, a curve low, ball one. So the Dodgers are in a mess of trouble here in the 7th inning. A walk and a single, and they messed up a bunt play that gave the Reds another single. Actually, they perhaps were mixed up on the call of the play, as Sutton broke over, and Allen also broke for the ball, leaving third base open. No one covering there. Here's the pitch on the way. Helms swings and misses, 1-1. So Sutton has a lot of work to do to get out of this one here in the 7th inning. Woody Woodward on deck. He walked Perez, then Bench had a clean single to left, and now the bunt single by Foster. 1-1 count. All right, Sutton ready to go. Here's the pitch on the way. Helms taps it foul at third base. Fielded by Alex Grammas at strike 2. 1-2. Sutton has struck out 6. He has walked 1. One ball and 2 strikes with nobody out. 3 men on for the Reds here in the 7th inning. Don Sutton ahead of the count to Tommy Helms. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Into the windup, and down it comes. Foul out of play upstairs. So the count stays 1-2 to Tommy Helms. The infield is up. They'll make a play at the plate if they can. One and 2. All right, Sutton taking his time, pitching to Helms here. Bottom of the 7th. Don ready. Sign from Ferguson. The windup and the pitch on the way. Inside with a fastball, 2-2. Mike Strawler now down to join Jim Brewer in the Dodger bullpen. 2-2 the count. Sutton rubs off a sign, gets a new one now. And the 2-2 pitch on the way. Foul on a curveball. Count stays 2-2. So Sutton battling Tommy Helms, who's hitting .269, and he has 31 runs batted in. The big play now in the game has been the bunt by Foster. Fielded by Sutton with Allen breaking wide of third and not able to get back. So they had no play at third. And then when Sutton turned to go to first base, he threw too late over there. But he thought he was going to make a play at third base until he saw that Allen could not get back to the bag. All right, 2-2 count. Here's the pitch on the way. Tap toward third. It'll be a foul ball. Helms lost his bat. It goes rolling across toward the Dodger dugout, and the count still 2-2. So Helms battling up there, and Sutton also battling Tommy. Runners ready to move. Perez at third, Bench at second, Foster on first base. The game is in the 7th inning. The Giants are winning, and the Dodgers trying to hold on. They trail the Giants by 7.
Yes.
2-2. Action in the bullpen for the Reds now. Right-hander throwing there. Clay Carroll is down there. 2-2 count to Helms. Sutton rubs off twice. Now ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Fly ball to left field and deep. Motor going back, and it's going to be over his head against the wall. 1 run in, 2 runs in. Foster turns third. The relay from Wills to the plate. It'll be not in time. 3 runs in. Tommy Helms hit a 2-2 pitch over the head of Manny Mota to the base of the wall at the 375 mark, and 3 runs score. Nobody out. Helms on second, and the batter is Woody Woodward. Woody Woodward at bat. The ball was hit straight over Mota, who had turned to his right and could not get back around, but he still had to go too far back. Here's a bunt popped up behind the plate. Ferguson can't get it. So Woody Woodward bunting fouls it off, and it is strike 1. So Tommy Helms gets a key double for the Reds with the bases loaded. A line drive over the head of Mota in left field. It carried to the warning track and hit the fence on 1 bounce. But Mota had turned to the right and couldn't get squared away on it. It would have been a tough play to catch the ball anyway. But Mota had to go back quickly and couldn't do it. It was a line drive over his head. So the Reds have cashed in the breaks here. The walk and the bunt have been 2 big items in the inning. Strike 1 count to Woodward. Helms off second. Here's the pitch on the way. Fastball is outside. 1-1. So Sutton, who is sailing along in fine style, gives up 3 runs here. Nobody out and a runner at second. Tommy Helms with a big blow, a double to drive in 3. 4-1. The Reds are in front here in the 7th inning. All right, Sutton checking. The look back at Helms and the pitch. Woodward hits a high fly foul down the right field line. It'll be out of play. Don gets a new ball, bounces it on the AstroTurf as he walks slowly to the top. He's pitched well, but 2 mistakes here. The walk to Perez, and then the bunt play on Foster's ball. Put the Reds in business, and they have promptly cashed it in. All right, 1-2 count. Woodward waiting. Sutton delivers. Curve is popped up foul out of play. And the count is still 1-2. Sutton had 6 strikeouts, some with the curveball, but in this inning his curveball has not been in the spots that he's wanted it. It seems to have been up a little bit, and he hasn't been able to nick that outside corner with it. 1-2. Helms leads away from second. Reds with 3 in here in the 7th. Here's the look now. Sutton ready, delivers. Swinging a foul down the right field line, so Woodward is late on everything now and fouling them off to the right. Strahler and Brewer in the Dodger bullpen down in left field. Clay Carroll has stopped throwing now. They might have hit for Gullett had they come to Gullett with the bases loaded and 2 outs. But now, with the base hit by Helms, that changes the ball game for Sparky, and Gullett is kneeling on deck. 1-2 count. Woodward still waiting. Here's the pitch on the way. Curveball is a little high. 2-2. So Don is not able to get the curve where he did earlier in the game. He had good command of it, and now it has gone away from him for a while. Four runs and 7 hits for the Reds. 1 run and 4 hits for the Dodgers. 2-2 count. Now the pitch. Line drive into center field, and it's going to be in for a base hit. That'll score Helms as Woodward tries for 2. The throw to second. He's in there. So Woody Woodward lines one into left center. And before Willie Davis can bring it back in, Woodward has a head-first slide into second for a double. The Reds have another run and lead 5-1. And that'll be all for Sutton as manager Walter Alston comes to the mound for the second time in the inning. But it was the little things in this inning that really got Don in a lot of trouble. He walked Perez 3-2, and he had not walked a batter in the game. That got him off to a bad start. Bench then singled to left. Foster beat out a bunt when Sutton fielded the bunt. Allen came over also for it. So with third base open, they had no play there, and then the play to first base was too late. So the bases were loaded, and then Helms on a 2-2 pitch drove one over Moto's head for a double to clear the bases. And now Woodward has a double into left center field to get in another one. That'll bring in Brewer. So Sutton will leave, and Don was really sailing along pitching a fine ball game until the roof caved in on him there in the 7th inning. So he worked 6 innings in the game, has allowed 5 runs, 8 hits, struck out 6, walked 1, and was pitching with good stuff until it apparently left him, at least that and his luck left him in the bottom of the 7th inning. And now Brewer will come on and do the pitching. So we'll have Brewer, the new pitcher, coming in. And Jim's record on the year is 4-3. He will be making his 32nd appearance, and he has saved 11. So Brewer will come on, but now the Reds have built up a 5-1 lead for young Mr. Don Gullett, who has been very rough anyway. He has allowed just 1 run to the Dodgers, that on 2 singles in the 6th inning. So Gullett will be the hitter with Woodward standing in second when we go back to play in a moment. Well, the Dodgers home this weekend for a highly attractive homestand with the same clubs they've been playing here on the road. The Braves, Pirates, and Reds in that order. This weekend it'll be Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon with the Braves. And, of course, one of the big highlights of the year, Saturday night, the Hollywood Stars night. Introduction of the Stars at 6:15. The ball game between the Stars and the Sportscasters, 6:30 to 7:15. And then at 7:30, instead of the usual 7 o'clock, the Dodgers and the Braves. Still plenty of tickets left, and they'll be on sale Friday and Saturday at the Dodger ticket office on Stadium Way, and all 3 days, of course, right at the ballpark. Don't miss Hollywood Stars Night, Saturday. Dean Martin, Dick Martin, Glenn Campbell, Joe Campanella, Ernie Borgnine, David Hartman, many other stars. See them all at Dodger Stadium Saturday night. All right, here's Gullett at bat now with still nobody out. The Reds have 4 runs in, and Woodward standing at second base. Woody has 1 hit. The key hit was the double by Tommy Helms. That drove in 3. Gullett bunting up the first baseline, and Parker now lets it roll foul. They went through with the play, but Parker picked it up foul and threw back to Russell. So Gullett will come back and try it again, trying to advance Woodward over to third base. In the inning, a walk to Perez, a single by Bench, and then the bunt. That was the big play. And then the double by Helms, and a double by Woodward. Woodward legged his to a double as the ball took a high hop, and Willie Davis had to move over into left center field to go after it. All right, Gullett at bat. Parker moves in again looking for the bunt. Here's Brewer out of a stretch, and Jim's pitch is missed for a strike. He was around the bunt, let it go by 0-2. The ball game was tied 1-1 until the bottom of the 7th. Strahler continues to throw in the bullpen. Brewer's spot is due third in the 8th inning when the Dodgers come up. Nothing in 2. Pete Rose on deck. At second base, Woody Woodward. Brewer checking again. Now the look, and here's the pitch. Gullett around a bunt, does. Back to the mound. Brewer up with it. He'll go to first base in time, and on the play, Woodward takes third. So Gullett gets the sacrifice down, and Russell handles the throw. Rose now will be the batter with a man at third base and 1 out. Rose has flied out, hit into a force play, and bounced out to the pitcher. So Rose at bat, 1 away, man at third base, and 4 runs in here in the 7th inning. Okay, infield up again for the Dodgers with Pete Rose now switching around to bat from the right side. Takes a curve up high, 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0 the count for Pete Rose. Bernie Carbo is on deck. Cincinnati trying to win the 3rd game of the year from the Dodgers. The Dodgers lead in the series 5-2 so far. There's a swing and a foul off first base down the line, out of play. And it is 1-1 to Rose. There's not too much area in foul territory in this park. almost like Pittsburgh, the foul lines. The stands come out to the foul lines in a hurry just beyond the dugouts. Not like Dodger Stadium where there's much spacious area on the foul ground side. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Popped into short center field. Mota coming up fast. Davis coming up, and this one dropped for a base hit. The runner's in, and Rose is into second with a double. Pop fly to shallow center. It fell in with the infield in. Wills had no chance to get back on it. So Rose gets a gift double on a pop fly to shallow center. That brings in another run, and that closes out the record for Don Sutton. So Don gives up 6 runs, and you'd have to see it to believe it. Just like his game in Atlanta, all the hits against him, you'd have to see those to believe it. You'd have to say that Don Sutton's been a little bit snake bit here lately. So Rose is on second with the double, and here now is a pinch hitter. Here's Buddy Bradford now as a pinch hitter for Carbo. Bradford is an outfielder, and he will come on as a hitter. He is a right-hand hitter and swings at the first pitch, misses, strike one. So Bradford, a right-hand hitter. Runner going to third. Here's Ferguson's throw there, and he steals it. Rose got a big jump on Brewer and steals third. A 1-1 count to Bradford. Rose at third base, still only 1 out, and now the Dodgers must bring the infield up again. That cost them a run a moment ago because Rose's pop fly fell in just behind the infield. Wills would have handled it easily with the infield back. Here's a swing and a miss at a screwball. Strike 2, 1-2. So the Reds having everything go right here in the 7th inning, and they've parlayed it into a 5-run uprising. 1 ball, 2 strikes, now the pitch. He struck him out. Screwball, and down goes Bradford. So that's the second out of the inning. The first out recorded by Brewer, and the batter now will be Lee May, the 9th batter of the inning. Bradford will probably stay in and play in the outfield. He came over to the Reds from the American League. Lee May waiting, swings and fouls it away off first, out of play, strike 1. The Reds leading 6-1 with a 5-run 7th inning. A walk, a single, then a bunt, a double with the bases loaded, a double, a sacrifice, a pop fly double, and a steal of third. There's a foul, out of play, strike 2. 0-2 the count. Nothing in 2. Don Gullett benefiting for all these runs. Now the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. Curveball, he struck him out to retire the side. But not before the Reds come up with 5 runs in the inning on 5 hits, and they leave 1, and the score at the end of 7. The Reds 6 and the Dodgers 1. Warming up now, Don Gullett. The total 6 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Reds, with 1 run, 4 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. Here's Danny Goodman's Dodger souvenir bargain, available for $2. A Dodger yearbook, a Dodger scarf, 20 pictures of Dodger players, the Baseball Digest, and pennants of all 12 National League teams. Send $2, your name and address, to Danny Goodman at Dodger Stadium. Okay, let's go to the 8th inning. More play. Here's Vinny.
All right, Jerry. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Reds, and the way Gullett is pitching, that would appear to be plenty. A run on 4 hits for the Dodgers, with Joe Ferguson to start it off, followed by Bill Russell, and then a hitter for Jim Brewer. Gullett delivers, fastball popped in the air, foul off to the right of the plate. Bench comes to the dugout and can't get it. 0-1 to count to Johnny Bench. Ferguson has fouled out and grounded out. Bench going into the dugout now, goes back behind the plate.
20024.
Checking the attendance, 20024. 20,024. Fergie has a look and the pitch away, 1-1. Jimmy Merritt throwing in a little bit, getting in some work down in the Reds bullpen. He doesn't figure to show in the series, however. Fastball is low, ball 2, 2-1. Of course, it's pretty hard, the way the Dodgers have been playing against left-handers. It's hard for a manager not to use a left-hander in a series. You'd want to rush them out to the mound. The 2-1 pitch, Ferguson hits it off the end of the bat down to Lee May. He brings it to the bag, 1 away. We were saying before on this road trip in Atlanta, and we were deadly serious, that most managers in the league, if they have a left-hander who can dress himself, they'll send him to the mound against the Dodgers. But in this series, you have Gullett followed by right-handers Gary Nolan and Jim McLaughlin. Bill Russell flied to right and singled. 1 for 2, hits one back at Gullett. It's off his glove, dying in front of Woodward, and Russell's aboard. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Los Angeles Dodgers Radio Network.
It's Dodger Baseball on KFI Los Angeles. It's also the Jerry Bishop Show from 10 to 1 each and every day, Monday through Saturday on KFI.
Darwin, batting for Brewer.
Well, Bill Russell singles off Don Gullett's glove. He's 2 for 3 as he stands at first. That means 5 hits in his last 2 games for us. And the batter now is Bob Darwin hitting for Jim Brewer. Gullett a look at first, comes to the plate low, ball 1. Darwin, who had been in the lineup in right field, gives way to Bobby Valentine tonight. Darwin batting .278. Gullett ready and delivers, and the fastball is low and away. Bill Russell standing at first with 1 out in the 8th inning, 6-1 in favor of the Reds. Now left-hander Gullett's next one, in there at the knees for a strike. Bobby Darwin with Maury Wills to follow. The Dodgers have had only 1 threat, by threat meaning more than 1 hit in an inning, and that's when they scored in the 6th. Otherwise, Gullett has made it look easy. Don delivers it, swung on and missed, strike 2. Outside of the 6th inning, when Russell singled and was sacrificed and scored, the Dodgers have not had a runner get to second base. So Sutton would have had to pitch a shutout. He had given up a run in the 4th inning, and then the Dodgers really punched holes in his boat and sank him in the 7th. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fastball fouled away, right up here, and off to the left and out of play. 2-2. There are a lot of guys up here who could afford going after that foul ball. The one fellow we don't want to try would be Steve Garvey. The rest of us can keep our amateur standing. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball got him swinging. So Gullett too much for Darwin. 2 down. And Maury Wills the batter.
Number 3, the shortstop, Maury Wills.
Maury Wills has struck out, fly to left, hit back to the box. He's 0 for 3. Maury struggling at the 219 mark right-handed and is 0 for 3 tonight. So he's been a different hitter from this side of the plate. He lines it at the left field of Bradford, who makes the catch for the out. The ball just started to take off on him, but Buddy stayed with it. No runs, 1 hit, a man left at the end of 7.5. Reds 6, Dodgers 1. Bottom of the 8th inning with the Reds leading the Dodgers 6-1. Before 20,024, Mike Strawler comes out of the Dodger bullpen now to pick up for Jim Brewer. Sutton went 6, was undermined and was charged with 6 runs, but it was a hard-to-believe ball game for him. The Dodgers had a bad play by Richie Allen, then Manny Mota had trouble on a fly ball. And, of course, 2 bad breaks against a pitcher with the Reds hitters, and you're done. Now Mike Strawler mopping up in the 8th inning. Tony Perez, Johnny Bench, and George Foster. Mike Strawler, ready to go to work. Perez, right-hand batter at the plate, is 1 for 2 with a walk, swings and doesn't get the first one, 0-1. Strawler is in his second game. He worked 2 innings and allowed 1 earned run prior to tonight. Mike just called up recently from Spokane. Strike 1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dodgers had won 3 out of 4 here at Cincinnati. So the Reds trying to give them back a couple. Fastball is low. Ball 2, 2-1. 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Cincinnati. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. Mike checking with Joe Ferguson. Back he comes, low, ball 3. Three and 1. The count to Tony Perez. Johnny Bench waiting his turn. Mike into the windup and his 3-1 pitch. Fastball over for a strike. 3-2. The Reds have a lot of people playing catch. We'll see if they get in the game or not. Wayne Granger's throwing. Jimmy Merritt is throwing. Davey Concepcion and Ty Klein. They have 6 men down there in the bullpen. It's standing room only. 3-2 pitch to Perez. Very high. Ball 4.
Number 5, the catcher, Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench, the batter. Johnny Bench popped up, homered, and singled. John is 2 for 3. He hit the changeup for the home run. Then put Sutton in the jam with a base hit to left field in the 7th following the walk to Perez. Strawler looks to Ferguson. Parker holding the bag on Perez. And Davey Concepcion is now running at first base. The pitch gets away from Fergie, and Concepcion into second base easily.
Wild pitch.
Wild pitch charged to Strawler, so Concepcion, running for Perez, advances to second base. Nobody out in the 8th. The Reds scored a run in the 4th inning. Bench homered. The Dodgers got it back in the 6th, and then the Reds got 5 in the 7th inning. Johnny Bench waiting. 2 for 3 tonight. Strawler delivers. Breaking ball in the dirt. Dug out by Ferguson. 2-0 the count. Joe Ferguson behind the plate. Davey Concepcion running at second base. 6-1 Cincinnati. The next one is low. Ball 3. Strawler pitched against the Braves on the 17th. Allowed a run and 3 hits. Mike's 3-0 pitch, a strike. 3-1. John looked like he was almost allowed to swing and then didn't like the pitch at the last second. 3-1. Concepcion backing away from second base. A good lead. He's not worrying about Wills. He has his eye on Russell. Strawler, a look back at Davey. Now the 3-1 pitch to Bench. Ground ball to the hole. Left side. Base hit. Concepcion will score without a play. 7-1 Cincinnati. So a walk, wild pitch, and a base hit, and a run is over. And the batter now will be George Foster. Foster singled, struck out, and then had the most important play in the 7th inning. He bunted, and it was a perfect bunt for Sutton to get a force at third. Don whirled to throw, and Richie Allen was not anywhere near the bag. Then Sutton tried to throw to first too late, and by the time he calmed down, it was a 5-run inning. The fastball is low, ball 1. 1-0. 7 runs, 10 hits for the Reds. 1 run, 5 hits for the Dodgers. In the 8th inning. Mike Strawler at the belt, looks over at bench. Breaking ball is low to Foster. So Johnny Bench having a good night. 2 singles and a home run. He has scored twice. He has driven in 2. Tommy Helms, of course, had the big hit. He doubled over Mota's head to drive in 3 in the 7th inning. The next one is swung on and missed. 2-1 to count to George Foster. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th, they have Mota, Davis, and Allen. The next pitch is hit down the left field line, hooking as it goes foul and in the corner. Foul by just a couple of feet, so Foster will come back and try it again. .330 down the lines here. Two and two the count. Now the 2-2 pitch, high, ball 3. So Strawler having trouble throwing strikes. A walk and a wild pitch. Then Johnny Bench singled home a run. Now he's gone all the way to Foster. With nobody out, Helms on deck, and we'll see whether Bench is going or not. Strawler has a look over there. Johnny is not, and the pitch is whacked foul off third and hooking back in the lower deck. Still 3-2. Tomorrow night, Gary Nolan and Doyle Alexander. The concluding game of the series, Al Downing and Jim McLaughlin. Strawler's fastball is foul back. Oh, working on a 3-2 count. 7-1 Cincinnati. The great 1-1 ball game through 6. But the Reds scored 5 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. And they've broken it wide open. Mike at the belt, a backward glance at Bench. Foster hits one off the hands wide to third to Allen. In front of Wills, goes to Russell for a force, and that's all. So 1 away, and Tommy Helms coming up. Helms hit into a double play, flied to left, and then in the 7th inning, hit one over Mota's head to clear the bases in the 7th. Throw to first just to keep Foster at the bag. 1 out, 8th inning, 7-1 Cincinnati. Mike Strawler delivers. Fastball, a broken bat, and a looper grabbed on a hop by Russell. Throws to Wills for a force. So Helms cracked his bat and hits a 1-hopper to Russell, and Bill makes a good play to get a force on Foster.
Number 6, the shortstop, Woody Woodward.
That'll bring up Woody Woodward, who struck out, flied to right, and doubled in the 7th inning, so he's 1 for 3. Don Sutton, 6 innings plus, and of course his numbers make it look like a bad performance. 6 innings, 6 runs, 8 hits. But you had to see it to believe it. The breaking ball is low, ball 1, 1-0. Strawler, a backward glance at first base at Helms. Fastball over for a strike, and the count 1-1. Mota, Davis, and Allen to face Gullett in the 9th inning. Gullett has the Dodgers right by their Gullett. A run, 5 hits, and he has not been in any trouble all night. The next one is swung on and missed, strike 2. Woodward waiting. Strawler a look over at first. Mike comes to the plate. Fastball hit foul off first, well back into the seats. 1-2. First game of the 3-game series. Tomorrow night and Thursday night, and the Dodgers will open up at home Friday night with the Atlanta Braves. Be a great homestand. The Braves over the weekend, then the Pirates, and then the Reds. Fastball is low. Saturday night, the 24th, the Sportscasters against the Hollywood Stars, with Don Newcomb pitching against Don Drysdale, and all kinds of fun in store. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball foul back, out of play. Goes to the upper deck and then drops down below. And it remains 2-2. Mike Strawler set at the belt. The 2-2 pitch, half swing foul into the crowd off to the right of the plate. Oh, Woody is still there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Strawler's 2-2 pitch. Ground ball down to Wills. Morey short hops and feeds Russell for a force on Helms, and that's that. A run on a hit, a man left, and at the end of 8, Reds 7, Dodgers 1. To the 9th inning, with the Reds leading the Dodgers 7-1. 7 runs, 10 hits, and no errors for the Reds. 1 run, 5 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. Don Gullett on his way to a 10th win. Gullett was 9-3 with an ERA of 2.7. The only run the Dodgers scored came in the 6th inning. So Gullett, who has 2 shutouts plus being involved in 2 more, has pitched another strong ball game, and what a pitcher he is. It's hard to believe he's only 20. And you have your fingers crossed when you see such a talented kid that he just continues to develop, and then you've got yourself another great star in the league. Boy, he was fortunate, though. Richie Allen might very well have brought his career to a standstill in the 7th inning. Mota takes a strike, 0-1. Allen in the 7th inning hit a line drive. Gullett threw his hands up in front of his face, and it took the glove right off his hand. The ball in glove landed on the mound, and then the ball rolled out of the glove. Mota fouls one away off to the right, out of play. 0-2 the count to Manny. We're in the 9th, 7-1 Cincinnati. Don Gullett checking signs. Now to the windup, delivers. Mota fouls it back. Manny drove in the only Dodger run. He singled in the 6th inning to cash in Bill Russell, who had singled and was sacrificed by Sutton. Gullett ready, and the strike 2 pitch, change, and he spun it just outside. Ball 1. 1-2. 20,024 tonight. Hope you'll be with us when we get home on Friday night, the 23rd, with the Braves. 1-2 fastball, fouled away. Mota didn't get around on it, fouled it back into the lower deck. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Johnny Bench in a crouch behind the plate. Gullett reads the signs. Now the 1-2 pitch to Mota. Fastball high and tight. Ball 2. Manny holding up and falling away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gullett's 2-2 pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Backhanded attempt by Helms, but in vain. It goes into center field for a base hit. So Mota singles, and the batter will be Willie Davis.
Number 3, the center fielder, Willie Davis.
Half a dozen hits for the Dodgers. Davis has one of them. He has struck out, singled, and fouled out. Gullett ready to work on Willie Davis. Don looks over at Davey Concepcion, who hollered something to him. Concepcion finishing up for Tony Perez at third. Pitch to Willie Davis, up around the eyes, ball one, 1-0. 7-1 Reds in the ninth. Lee May not holding the bag on Mota. Gullett ready, delivers to Willie and almost hit him. Was just on the point of the right elbow. 2-0 the count. The Pirates have come from behind, would you believe? And they are now leading the Giants 8-6 in the fifth inning. Pitch inside. Last night, the Giants were leading 8-2, and Atlanta caught them 8-8, and the Giants went on to win it. Tonight, the Pirates have caught them and passed them. 8-6 Pittsburgh. Boy, the top two clubs in the National League West staggering all over the lot, which makes for more excitement. Davis takes high, so Gullett now gives up a base hit on the walk, and with nobody out, Richie Allen coming up.
Richie Allen.
That is the first walk given up by Gullett. As we told you, at 20 years old, Don does not finish many games, and Sparky Anderson going out to talk to him right now. Gullett, going into this game tonight, had started 18 games and completed 2, and in those 2 complete, they were shutouts. Remember when Larry Dierker first started with the Houston Astros at a tender 18, and no matter what he was doing, no matter the score, he would only be allowed to make 100 pitches. Well, Gullett's coming out, and Clay Carroll will be asked to finish up for him. And the 20-year-old youngster gets a well-deserved round of applause as he comes off the field.
Number 36.
So he'll be pitching to Richie Allen. And Clay Carroll asked to finish up. Clay Carroll is in his 39th game. He has an excellent earned run average of 2.2. Georgie Anderson, who got the applause but never took a bow last year, now gets some boos as he goes off the field. And Carroll's first warm-up toss hits the backstop, which is a pretty good way of getting everybody's attention. Do you remember Ryan Duran, when he first came up with the New York Yankees in his heyday? Usually the first pitch when he warmed up, he would throw it at the backstop or up the screen just to give the next hitter that uneasy feeling. Carroll is not that kind of a pitcher. He just happened to let one slip. Reds leading 7-1 in the ninth inning. The Dodgers on a base hit and a walk, have 2 on and nobody out. Well, the Giants have won 3 games on their road trip, and the Dodgers have won 2 games on their road trip. The Dodgers are down 7-1, and the Giants, who are out in front 5-1, are behind 8-6 in the fifth inning at Pittsburgh. Here's Richie Allen, single, struck out, and was out on a shot back at Gullett that almost took the youngster's head off in the 7th inning. Carroll's fastball is swung on and missed, 0-1. Clay Carroll, set at the bell to look at the runners, comes to the plate and gets another strike, 0-2. Wes Parker on deck. Clay from Clanton, Alabama. The strike 2 pitch, swung on and driven to right field for a base hit. Rose plays it on a hop. They'll stop Mota at third base. So the bases are loaded with nobody out as Allen singles to right. And the batter will be Wes Parker. Well, needless to say, everyone loves a winner. Year after year, Farmer John's fine pork products win more gold medals at the California State Fair than at any other Packer. Here's Wes Parker with the bases loaded. Richie Allen at first, Willie Davis at second, Manny Mota at third, and Parker takes a strike. Clay Carroll picking up for Don Gullett. Now the strike one pitch, off speed, foul to the plate, and the count 0-2. Big Joe Gibbon, the pride of Hickory, Mississippi, down there in the Cincinnati bullpen now. Carroll ready, and the strike two pitch is hit in the air to shallow left center field. Coming in is Foster, makes the catch, the runner's hold. One away. So Parker, a little fly ball to center, and the batter now will be Bobby Valentine, or will it? Nope, it'll be Bill Buckner. So Bill Buckner hitting for Valentine with the bases loaded, one out. Buckner hitting .292. He has 3 home runs, 26 runs batted in. Buck taking his time, getting ready before he comes up.
Los Angeles, number 22.
1 out, 9th inning, 7-1 Cincinnati. The Reds scored in the 4th. The Dodgers tied it up in the 6th. The Dodgers saw the Reds capitalize on 2 breaks and score 5 times in the 7th inning, add another in the 8th. So they're breezing 7-1. The Dodgers load the bases, get rid of Gullett, but now have 1 out, and here's Bill Buckner against Clay Carroll, whose fastball is low, ball 1. One and 0 the count. Carroll checking with Johnny Bench. Mota, Davis, and Allen take the leads, and Buckner lifts one into shallow center. Out goes Woodward. In comes Foster. Easy play. The runner's hold again. So the Dodgers, who have been frustrated anyway, are really capping the evening tonight. They get the bases loaded and nobody out. Now they have the bases loaded and 2 out. Willie Crawford will be the batter, and shades of Atlanta. You remember in Atlanta, the Dodgers were against George Stone. They had the base loaded, nobody out, and left them. And now they are face to face with that unhappy prospect again tonight. 2 out, bases loaded, 7-1 Cincinnati. Willie Crawford hitting for Joe Ferguson. Takes the strike. Crawford batting .301. Carroll back to the plate. Breaking ball. Hit slowly to Lee May, and the Dodgers, who loaded the bases, are not going to score. Well, you would say to the Dodgers, be careful driving home, but they can walk back to the hotel tonight, and they had better watch the lights on the way back. No runs, 2 hits, and they leave 3. And it's all over. The Reds beat the Dodgers 7-1. We'll have the totals, the winning and losing pitchers, right after this message.
Schlitz, Milwaukee and the world. One chance at life, and you gotta live it with all the gusto you can, in everything, even the beer you drink. Schlitz. Why settle for less? When you're out of Schlitz, you're out of beer.
The totals on the ball game for the Reds: 7 runs, 10 hits, and no errors. For the Dodgers, 1 run, 7 hits, and no errors. Don Gullett, the winner, he's now 10-3, and Don Sutton, the loser. And despite another good effort, Sutton is now 9-9, and he is 7-10 lifetime with the Reds. Tomorrow night, Doyle Alexander will be going against Gary Nolan. Once again, final score, Reds 7, Dodgers 1.